What you humming?
Hi.
Hi. Did I interrupt something?
No, I just started my stream, so.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, not
Hello.
the campaign, the free game. Darn it!
Hello, stream.
Dingity dang it! Darn it! Tempered environment this time.
Tempered environment.
Like where we live. We do not live in the tropics. We do not live in the Sahara. We live in a temperate climate, where things.
Oh, I thought you said tempered, and I'm like, what's got you so angry?
No, temperate climate.
Yeah, no, that I get. That I get. I was like, what's got you so angry?
Okay, Ted.
No. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm all good. I actually
Okay.
did a stream earlier. I did a stream myself earlier.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah, I was streaming A Link to the Past. Played it for the first time in like 4 years. Had a great time.
Hello, Australian, and a didgeridoo. Something I actually can't do an Australian accent. I've tried. It's one of those accents I just cannot do.
Oi, mate. You want to go fry shrimp on the barbie?
That's actually better than mine. That actually is better than mine. Good work.
I'm sorry. I
can talk
totally,
very southern if I want to.
I took. Please, for
But
anybody
beyond
who's watching
that, that's a little hard for me to do something a bit more obscure, if you know what I'm saying.
for anybody who's watching who's an Australian, I totally get that's a stereotype. I apologize.
Is it?
Well, yeah, like, you want to throw shrimp on the barbie. It's a stereotype thing. It's basically like, it's like the equivalent of like I'm pretty sure it's like the equivalent of like somebody from UK calling a cop like a bobby or something like that.
And I had this really weird dream that there was this dinosaur on an airplane and it looked at me.
And it said,
Honestly, Kane, I didn't think you were gonna show up because you didn't reply to me.
I literally just so it's funny that you said Alan because I literally I just woke up from a small nap. I fell asleep on the chair just like a half hour or an hour ago. So
Oh, that's a fun fact. Interesting. They call them prawns in Australia. At least parts of Australia. They don't call them shrimp.
I always thought prawn was like just a very, very small or big type of shrimp. I'm not sure.
It's a common name, but it depends on where you are and who you ask as to what one is. It's one of those.
Fair.
It's the same.
Fair.
It's like doodlebug or mayfly or yellow jacket. Those kind of generic names for creatures that are local dialects. It doesn't, it can vary because it's not a scientific name. It's just what some people call it because no one wants to say the actual scientific names of things half the time because usually it's something ridiculous.
I get that. Okay.
I thought it was just another word that people use to replace porn.
Okay.
To be fair, that is also a use for it. Also, Kane, the stream is on, just so you know. So, but that.
So
I figured that was tame enough where I'm not actually saying anything strictly bad.
So, I kind of want to bring this up.
These guys. These guys are not my roommates, thank God, because I would have killed them by now.
No.
These are just my friends that are on in a Discord call. They live somewhere in a brighter place than me, I assume.
A very bright place.
I don't know. It's pretty cloudy at the moment.
Right?
Do not buy that.
I'm not, but isn't it?
It might be.
So, I hate to interrupt and derail the conversation a tiny bit, but I just saw something that kind of made me laugh.
What?
because this kind of reminds me of my dad, weirdly enough, or my uncle, so it's a tweet which says, "My wife and I tried to play COD multiplayer yesterday. Shot her in the head while she was still trying to figure out the controls, and now she made breakfast for only herself and the kids." And I'm just like,
That's fair.
yeah, it totally reminds me of like either my uncle or my dad, because they would totally do that.
No, I would do that.
You would do that?
Sink or swim, coward.
I do live in a brighter place. A very much brighter place. A place called
Lord.
Philadelphia.
Actually, I think, legitimately, where you live, you would technically have less sunlight. Both of you would than me, as you are more north than I am.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
I do believe the joke has gone over both your heads.
no, I got it. I was just choosing to ignore it.
Hey. Now the question is, did Teddy get my stupid joke?
He
for a
absolutely
show I've
did
never
not.
watched?
I did not. I am totally like just out of it.
There's literally a TV show called It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh, for God's sake!
Tish.
There you go.
Yep.
Apparently, according to the 4-tier bridge, Philadelphia is dreary and horrid. I would not know, as I have never been to Philly, so...
I have, and I hate it there, so that's fair.
Okay.
I hate Philadelphia.
I wasn't,
hate
like,
Philadelphia.
trying... I wasn't, like... I was just trying to be like, well, I've never, like...
One thing
you
I'll
know.
give them is they have a very old train station that's still in use by Amtrak, and it is a beautiful train station. Absolutely
Okay.
gorgeous in there. Nicest place. If you ever find yourself in Philadelphia and want anywhere to go, the only nice place is their train station. That's it. Everywhere
right.
else is garbage. That one place, though, absolute bright spot.
Anytime I think of Philadelphia, weirdly enough, I am currently, like, the thing that always comes to my head is, it's a rant, which I obviously can't repeat anything that this man says.
Sure you can!
No, I really can't, or else I am fairly
Oh
certain
no,
I
I completely forgot. I'm so dumb! Sorry guys, I have to reload.
I am fairly certain that if I repeat more than 5 seconds of what this man says, I'm going to get your stream age restricted. So,
This has to be age restricted because you're here.
Well, okay, so
You're like 12,
Bill
aren't
Burr.
you?
No.
You sure?
Bill Burr
Could've fooled
did
me.
a comedy. Bill Burr did a comedy special in
Are you
Philadelphia.
sure you're not 12?
But can I finish what I'm saying?
No,
please?
not until you answer the question.
I am not 12.
I don't know about that.
I am 22.
So you're 12.
Anyway. Oh my god. Anyway.
Now you can finish what you're trying to say.
So Bill Burr did a comedy special in Philadelphia once, and everybody started heckling him, and he went on like a massive, like, I think 10-minute rant, just expunging every single expletive in the book about how awful Philadelphia is. It's on YouTube if you wish to see it, but I warn you, do not watch it next to your family, because they're going to be like, what did that man just say, and how can I prevent you from ever watching him again? It's one of, like, I think, one of the only times I've ever seen, like, a comedian just, like, go full-blown off the rails and just start insulting everybody.
So, Daniel's asking me about cabooses. If there was a super long train, would cabooses be placed in the middle of the train?
Aren't they literally designed not to do that?
No. Well, cabooses are meant for the rear crews. Were meant for the rear crews when rear crews were a thing. On trains. So they stopped having rear crews, so cabooses were unnecessary, at least for that role. There are still cabooses used on some rail lines, But usually it's mostly for space for, like, if a crew's doing work on the rails in a remote area, a caboose would be used as, like, a lunch break area. You know, it goes with the night, wherever they're at. So that's usually what cabooses get used for now, if they're used at all. But, if there was a long train, would there be one in the middle for, like, a middle crew? I'm not familiar. And the era where trains got stupidly long, it kind of blends together where, you know, cabooses stopped being a thing when trains got really long. So I don't know if there was ever a time... I can't think of one where, like, you would put an extra caboose in the middle or something like that. The caboose was always for the tail end, for the rear, to keep an eye on the rear of the train. The front end of the train would be the responsibility of the crew on board the locomotive.
Makes sense.
Virginia law made cabooses mandatory until 1988.
There was pushback on getting rid of them for safety reasons, and the unions didn't want rear brakemen to lose their jobs.
Makes sense.
But eventually, they managed to, you know, get rid of them. Although now they're trying to put some of the larger companies like CSX and Norfolk Southern are trying to make it so that there'll be only one-man train crews as opposed to two, and people really don't want that. Because it's just... There's so many safety reasons why you need at least two people on the train.
Yeah.
For freight work. It's just... It's a horrid idea. It really is.
I will hopefully be back in a bit.
Okay, bye. Hi, Kate.
Hello.
Nice to see you sound like you're in a better mood.
Yeah. I had a nap.
Well, I took my son to this place it's one of those trampoline gym things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we went to one of those places and he had a ball and ran around for 2 hours, and now he is crabby and exhausted, and so am I, because boy howdy and am I more out of shape than I realized. Like, there was a time where I was the trampoline king, and they had like a freaking obstacle course and everything you could do, and it had one of those. The obstacle course had one of those. Those little wall jump platforms. You might have seen them on like American Ninja or something like that, where you you have to jump back and forth on them. Well, they had those, and I was like, I have to do this. And I technically made it. Sort of. But man, did I land, I fell flat on my side really hard, and my god, that hurt. And I'm like, oh good, I have now almost broken a hip. And my birthday is, and I'm turning 32 next week, and I'm like, yep. Old man time, alright. So, but he had a good time. So that's what mattered.
I tried to play Ring Fit Adventures the other day. And I think I played for 5 minutes and I had to stop.
That bad?
So, we're both out of shape, but in probably different ways.
Go on.
You see, I have zero muscle to speak of because I don't do anything.
Right.
So, like, not... I feel like that I've deteriorated to a point where it's feeling like a bit of a problem to me personally. I never got this exhausted before, and now I'm exhausted after less than 5 minutes of light jogging.
No, I get that.
That's really bad.
Yeah, that muscle deterioration hits you. Atrophy, they call it. Muscle atrophy hits you way harder than you'd think.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna have to like do something about that, hopefully. I don't know if I'll keep doing it via Ring Fit, but I mean, it would be at least a gamer version of what I could do for that. So
Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with that idea.
yeah. Plus, I get to follow the story of a absolutely. You've seen like what the story of Ring Fit Adventure is about, right?
Yes.
It is absolutely ridiculous, and it just makes me laugh. It's great. You accidentally unleash the evil spirit of this big bodybuilding dragon.
Yeah, Matt told me about this.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Such a Nintendo way to handle a exercise video game story. Yes, we want to make an exercise game. Give it a plot. What? A plot?
You
Wait,
heard
why?
us.
Yes, give it a plot. Okay, what's the plot? You unleash the evil spirit of a buff dragon bodybuilder. Wait. What? You heard me.
Did
Put it in
we
there.
stutter? Do it, you cowards!
Also, he's trapped. Also, his spirit is trapped inside of the Ring Fit ring. Okay, stop. What? You heard me? And then they just did it. By the way, I'm irritated with my... because I just realized that the Steam Summer Sale was a thing, and I didn't even check if Security Breach was on sale on PC.
And now it is too late.
It is way too late. I am saddened. Oh well. Next time!
Next time will be Avalanche time!
Yeah! I again. Can you you hear me?
Where'd you go?
Fucking.
Okay.
I accidentally closed the web browser on my Discord. Or I closed the Discord tab on my web browser.
Why are you using the web browser instead of the Discord? Just Discord.
I'm on Linux.
I often forget this about you. You're just sitting over there like, I am superior with my Linux. Allow me to hack the system.
Excuse me while I put on my fedora.
Oh.
And also put on my hat.
What?
To be fair, there is a Linux distribution called Fedora.
I get it, Vegeta.
The biggest thing that has annoyed me to pieces about Discord right now, like out of everything that I've used all the time I've had it, we still do not have proper, official, legitimate, like, Linux Discord app support. There is an app, but it doesn't update very effectively, is the issue. So, like, you have to manually update the Linux app. So I'm just like, well, I'm not even gonna bother with that. I'm literally just gonna go use the web app, because the web app is always up to date.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it just saves me a step. I really cannot wait for SteamOS. I really want that to be a thing.
Are you still on about that?
Yes, I want SteamOS. It'd be very convenient.
Everyone's like, you should just get Windows.
I mean, I have plenty of Windows
Sure.
PCs.
Sure.
I basically have no choice but to use Windows. Would you like me to send pictures of the 30 or so random pieces of desktop technology I have laying around? Because there's plenty.
You don't have to do that.
I am a hoarder. It's a problem.
It is a major problem, actually.
Yes.
Something you might want to work towards correcting at some point, but
I am actually going to start doing that. I've got 2 of them that I am literally going to donate, hopefully in the next few days, if I can get everything set up and get a ride into town. I can get those donated to a store who can sell them, so that'll be good. That'll be 2 down the list. Hopefully after that I'll be able to do a 3rd. So and even though they were laptops, there was a day that I got rid of 8 computers in one fell swoop.
that make you feel good
So
about
that-
yourself?
I feel really good about myself for that. You've no idea how much I had to censor that in my own head, because oh my god, that was liberating. It was just 1 box, but it was 8 computers. They are gone. It was so liberating. I've been in similar situations to that, but it's only because I'm extraordinarily sensitive to what food I eat, to like the texture and the way that the taste is. It has very negative effects on me if I don't necessarily know exactly what I'm eating. So it's a little hard for me to eat random food.
Don't you want to eat random food? Just random food. Just pick anything.
It's usually not a good idea. it's really unfortunate. It's almost gotten me in trouble with people, and it's like I always have to like be like, look, it's nothing against the cooking. I'm sure it's fine. It's just that I know how my mouth works, and it's awful, and it's a dip.
This is my grandmother's recipe. How dare you!
It really sucks when it happens too, because dang it, just let me eat.
No, you can't just eat, Kane. Okay. Not allowed.
Yeah. I got my obscure Wii game today.
Of course you did.
Now I have to buy another copy because the people who sold it to me did not disclose that the cover was really, really sun-bleached.
That's a problem.
I know. It's almost like people are too dumb to realize that that's... I'm considering it, but I don't really know if it's perfect.
You gonna elaborate on that, or just say it and then leave us hanging?
I mean, there's not much to elaborate on. It cost, like, it was $30, which not that much. Like, it's not enough of a loss for it to. It's enough to piss me off, but not like. Is it really worth trying to get a partial refund for something like that? You know what I mean?
I guess it depends how much that money was worth to you. How much was it?
It was really, like I already found another $30. Like, it was still a lot in that sense for an old Wii game, but. Like, I still agree with complaining about it, because, like, come on. I hate the idea that people sell sun-bleached things as collector's items, where, yes, there's technically no damage that you know of it, but the colors are wrong because you people stored it incorrectly. Sell it like that. You're not selling a collector's item, you're selling an abused product that a child played with and left in the sun.
Wow. You're really mad.
Yeah, it annoys me. It's never considered damage. What? There's no damage on it. Yes, there is. No, there isn't. It's not ripped or it's not. There's not even any creases in it. Yeah. Do you see how the color's off? Yeah, but that's not damage. You're an idiot. It's dumb. It's really dumb. That's damage. That's all there is to it.
Are you sure? I don't know.
I'm paying upwards up to $60. That thing better be pristine. The only game that I've had to actually buy a replacement sleeve for is Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. Because that one was really badly sun-bleached, but that wasn't disclosed in the listing.
It's not damaged, though.
It's very damaged.
I mean, some people don't... I guess they don't look at the case as part of the sale. Like, if the game... I assume the games were fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, and they're dumb. Look, I have zero sympathy for this. Here's my thing. If you are selling a game, for example, Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, and you look online and you see people are selling that game for $50 to $60, and you put your copy of the game online for that price, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. You know what that game is supposed to look like. You know what kind of condition that you are selling it as. You are deceiving people by not saying something up front. You are lying to people's face and selling a game expensively because other people are selling it expensively. You know what you're doing.
I mean, I don't disagree.
It really is deception at that point, and I'm just like, then you know what? You deserve to sell people what they actually paid for. And like in this case, it is sun bleached, but it's a case that unless you really compared it to the manual, it's not the easiest thing to see that's sun bleached, I think, because there are times where it's like severely sun bleached that you can tell. But this is a sun bleach where the only reason I know is because I have such an eye for detail, and it's still sun bleached pretty badly. Like, I think that someone wouldn't have noticed at a glance. But literally, if you took... Well, yeah, then they're idiots. You don't know what that is. No, colors don't fade over time. Colors fade when they're left in the sun to bleach. That's damage. End of story. And like, with this one, unless you compared it to the manual, I can see why it wouldn't be obvious. The spine is completely white, and like the back is just a different kind of color scheme. It doesn't necessarily look sun bleached.
So they didn't notice.
I want to say that might be more or less the case. And if me just buying another copy of it for like $15 without a manual, whatever, $15. It's a game from Japan. I'm not gonna send it back. Alright.
Really?
I
Why?
wanted this game. Maybe because I didn't want to. Maybe because I didn't want to spend so much time and money doing that. Because no, thank you. I'm good. I got my awesome $30 obscure Japanese Wii game. I'm good with that.
What game is this again?
Earthseeker. It's I don't even know what to compare this to, but it looked like a really interesting game. It's got an English patch for it as well, so I can actually play it. Cause here's Here's my exact problem with your argument, Tribal Typhoon. This is my big issue with that. Yes, I agree. Colors fade over time. When they're exposed to UV light, or when they're exposed to sunlight, which is the thing that actually fades that color. I own, if you were correct, if you had any argument to stand on in here, I have NES games from, at this point, 40 years ago, at most. I have really old NES games. I have seen and looked at, I have seen Atari 2600 cartridges. None of their colors have faded.
This is a fun argument. I'm just trying to make a train line, and you guys are just like, sun bleach isn't a big deal. Yes, it is.
It is a big deal.
It is that. I mean, I understand. Like, honestly, like, okay, whether you care about it or not, I don't care about this. But what I am saying is that I think Kane's point is that it probably should have been something that was disclosed. You know, be like, by the way, the case is sun bleach. That's all they had to say. Be like, it's got some sun bleach. That's it.
And even more so, yeah, it is damage. Because it damaged the artwork. Yeah, it's not a rip or a tear. It is still something that was caused by an external element. The color didn't fade over time. Someone left it in the sun. It had a chemical reaction with the ink on the case, and it bleached it. This is a big deal. If you are a collector and you're paying money for it, it is a big deal.
I mean, if it's not a big deal to you, Tribal, I mean, I don't think Kane's gonna be like, no, it has to be a big deal to you. Because, no, that'd be ridiculous.
Yeah.
But it's a big deal to Kane. Kane, I've known Kane for years. And I assure you, I will vouch for this guy. This man's a collector. He likes things to look, he likes things to look good. It's just it. And if you sell something... Go ahead.
I have literally purchased 3 different copies of the same game to combine different parts of it together to make one really good looking copy. That is something I have done. It is a big deal, because I want things to look nice. And when people mistreat the product, and it's all ripped, if it's soaked in water, if it's left in the sun, that has nothing to do with natural wear and tear. If it is not natural wear and tear, leaving it in the sun is not natural wear and tear, it's damage. I've literally never seen Breaking Bad, so that comparison is hilarious to me. Zachary is like, such enthusiasm for chemical reactions makes Kate sound like Walter White in the making. I'm like, I've never seen implying that I would like Breaking Bad. You're talking to the guy who just sat through the entirety of Gravity Falls. Like, I would like frickin' Breaking Bad.
You might.
I don't think I would.
They got a J class. Norfolk and Western, number 611 on the line.
Yeah, exactly, Cole. That's exactly what I mean. If I'm paying a good amount of money for something, I want it to look good. Because that's the point of paying more for something, is to make sure it looks good. And when people are selling products that are damaged in some sense, sun-bleached, or anything like that, you should not be charging more for something like that, because you, and especially if you're not disclosing any of that, you are deceiving people into spending more money on something they shouldn't be spending that much money on. That is deception.
Wow. You're really mad.
I am. And it would go for any product. Like I feel like that just because this is video games, people are like, what's the big deal? If this happened in the car community, if this happened in the model train community, it would be no different.
Oh, you just brought up model trains into this. That was a clever idea.
Yeah.
Kane, that's below the belt for my fan base, Kane. Come on now, but he's right though. Like if someone, my dad has done nothing for the last few years but buy model trains online, and it's usually on eBay. And if my dad had ordered a train, a model train, and and the seller said it looks great, it's perfect, it's pristine,
And
original,
congratulations, Typhoon.
and
People don't understand standards.
and he received it and opened the package, and the paint was completely like the other thing about sun damage is it's not necessarily consistent. So like if they had left the model train out in the sun and one side of it was bleached and the other side of it wasn't, now you have a model train that's one side's way lighter than the other. It looks weird. That is damage. Especially if the seller said, no, this is perfect. That's not perfect though. If all they had to say, it's not necessarily, Tribal Typhoon doesn't care. That's fine. He's allowed not to care. Of course, that's totally his call. Kane does care. He's the buyer in this situation, and I believe the issue here is that if you're selling a product, especially if it's a collectible, you should be able to say, okay, here's its condition. This is, it has this. Just be honest about it. Don't say it's perfect and it's not.
And even more importantly too, even without like the disclosure thing, guys, it's an old Wii game. So they're old games. The only reason they're so expensive is because the people who want to buy them are collectors. And you shouldn't. The Misadventures of Tron Bonne on PS1, if you go to eBay right now, disc only. Let's just quickly, come on, eBay. Misadventures of Tron Bonne, PS1. For a disc-only copy of Misadventures of Tron Bonne, it is $239. For a disc only. $400 for a disc with a reproduction case. $740 for a complete original copy.
It's an expensive game is what we're trying to say.
If people are spending that much money on something, you'd better make sure that that's in good condition, because you should never have to spend $230 on a disc-only copy of a game. Because the only reason it's $230 is because everyone else is selling it for a high price as well. That disc should not be worth that much money, but it is because everyone is exploiting people who want to buy that. They're old games. It shouldn't be charging that much. And if you're going to charge that much, you better have a good reason for charging that much. Because otherwise, you're just exploiting people.
Well, the market goes up. Like people charge what people are willing to pay. That's the way that capitalism. And Tron Bonne is a rare game. People will pay a high price for an original copy of it, even if it is disc only. They wouldn't charge that much if it wasn't arbitrarily worth that much based off of what people are willing to pay to own a physical copy of it. That's just simple economics. That being said, if you had paid that much for a game, and you got it, and it turned out that, you know, it's, for example, sun bleached. Like, you know, or anything, really. The disc is scratched or something like that. You know, you're going to be kind of irritated. You know, it's just something you would like to know about.
Yeah.
Before you spend money on buying it.
Mm-hmm. And in some cases, you will, like, I've bought a couple of games online, and even in local stores sometimes, where, do you know where the copy is from? Blockbuster! Which has a big friggin' Blockbuster logo, and they've chopped off some of the artwork, and it looks horrifying. Thank you, Blockbuster! Love you!
You sound so sad about it, too.
My copy of Lost Odyssey, I still have to replace because it has something like that on it. It annoys me that much. And I just haven't bothered doing it because it's one game currently out of everything I own, and it's just not worth replacing right now. But it like, that kind of stuff is annoying. I want things to look nice in their original form, because that's what I'm paying the money for, is for it to look nice. It doesn't look nice, and when it's damaged by other people's abuse by leaving it in the sun, which is not, it's not color fading, but fact is, it's not the sun, and that damped the cover's color. Don't even get me started on my Japanese .hack imports with... Do you remember those, Josh? I sent you the picture of the back of the manual for .hack.
I vaguely recall this. What was wrong with it?
It looked like someone... It looked like someone set a box on top of the manual in a sunny window, and it just baked to a dark brown color on half of it.
Oh, yeah!
And it's like half of it, like, there's just like this big square indentation in the back that's proper blue, but then the rest is brown. The point is, I don't think damaged stuff like that should sell for a high price, because it's not fair considering what you're getting. That's not what you're paying for. And if people are able to restore it, cool. That's awesome. Like, that's great. But you can't, like sanding down old paint and and repainting it to its proper former glory. Go for it. That's really awesome. I watch people do that all the time. I've done stuff like that. Not to that degree. But, like, really bought broken Game Boys, opened them up, cleaned them, not working better than they did before. I do that stuff. That's fine. I spent $300 on a Game Boy Pocket that didn't turn on. I spent $5 on a Game Boy Pocket that didn't turn on. Also, to go off topic again, back to Tron, but Sony, you maybe not kill off the PS3. That'd be great. Because do you wanna sell Tron? Because you have it for sale for like $10. Great. That's weird. There we go. Stream cut out for me.
Behold! I have summoned the Sheenan Zeppelin. Witness power. Witness Propel us!
It will propel you to victory.
Yeah, it's a really dumb idea, but here we are anyway.
Yeah, I think that's the other reason Sony really needs to not kill off the PS3, because like, come on, guys. Even worse, especially recently, because they did launch PlayStation Classics and they have once again messed it up. The only time they've ever done like backwards compatibility correctly in terms of like software stuff is literally right there on the PS3. Because like most PS1 games work just. Did you hear about what Sony ended up doing with PS1 backward compatibility?
I don't know. Is it gonna make me mad?
Yes. They went onto the PS5, and the way that they did it was through PlayStation Now. So you have to. So not only do you have to access all of these games, if that wasn't bad enough, it gets worse. Because they're on the PAL region versions of the game, which run at 50 hertz instead of 60 hertz, so they don't even run it FPS. But if that wasn't bad enough, they don't even play, so the frame rate is inconsistent, and the game selection is good.
That's cool.
Great job, Sony. Great job. Very, very sad.
By the way, you're cutting out really bad, and I am not sure why.
Yeah, I'm not sure why either. It's kind of weird to me. I'm just gonna turn off the. Maybe I can just stop the stream. Is there a pop out option for here like we have on Twitch? Yes.
For the
Good.
chat, yes.
And I will pop out. I'm gonna pop out the chat so I can look at it, and then I'll just close ye old stream, because that should help with that. Hopefully.
Yeah, I didn't know that they were charging for backwards compatibility. Is that what you just said to me?
I'm pretty sure they are, yeah, because from what I remember anyway, they're handling all of the PlayStation 1 backwards compatibility through PlayStation Now. So you have to pay for PlayStation Now to play everything.
Well, how about no?
You know what I think is worse about PlayStation Now? I wouldn't be as upset with it if it weren't for the fact that the service was just terrible under the hood. Like,
Oh, thank you,
if the service worked, if the service worked, it would be fine. It would still be annoying to be like, oh yeah, we have backwards compatibility. Give us $15 a month or whatever the price is. I don't know. I just threw out the first thing that popped in my head, which was World of Warcraft. Like, yeah, like, pay us a monthly fee, and then you can have access to it.
To be honest, I'm
like,
surprised this sort of thing wasn't attempted sooner. Because,
yeah,
like, companies are always looking to monetize stuff they know people want. And consistent backwards compatibility is the thing people strive to have in their consoles. And if they can charge for it and people are willing to pay, there you go.
I think the big issue is no one is really willing to pay, because at least in Sony's case, you know, it's the one service that's doing it that's really crap.
Yeah, what's the library like?
What is the library? They might have added more games since the last time we did it. PlayStation, or the last time I've read about it. PlayStation Now, PS1 games. PS Now, on demand,
Oh no,
PlayStation games.
sir, you move back! No, move back from the Schienen Zeppelin. They're going to die horribly. Step away from the platform!
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, maybe...
What? What'd you get wrong this time?
I don't know how true this is because it's one article that's saying this. So I'm not going to say this is true. But if they do that and they don't raise the price, that would be pretty cool. Apparently, Sony's new service combines PlayStation Plus with PlayStation Now, which wouldn't be that bad if they combined the two into a single service and just left the price as it is.
That wouldn't be terrible, no.
Yeah, like that would be fine because at least when you're paying for the online multiplayer, which you shouldn't be paying for, Sony, Microsoft, stop it.
Never.
But
They will never
but at
stop
least-
that, and you know that.
I know, because they're dumb. I know. But, like, as long as they're doing that, like, that would at least be a nice benefit to having PlayStation Plus outside of just being able to play games online and having a few discounts here and there. You'd have access to a couple other libraries. That's nice.
Yeah, Nintendo just doesn't do backwards compatibility anymore.
Got the NES and they got the NES, SNES classics they've got the everything up to 64 on the Switch Online, which is okay. But my issue with that one is that they've locked the 64 behind the more expensive expansion pass, which I think is pointless. They have Genesis games, which is ridiculously levels of pointless. And I just don't understand why they're locking... Look, why are you locking Sega Genesis games behind that? That is so worthless when they have the Genesis collection right there.
Also, you have to rebuy the games.
Like, you're already paying more of a monthly fee to play the Genesis games, a lot of which are still available right now for $1 each on PC, or available in the Genesis collection itself. Just go get the Genesis collection. It's $30. It's a one-time purchase, and you'll have even more games than that. I've never liked the fact that they've added Genesis games to the Nintendo expansion pass.
Personally, I just don't like the expansion pass in general.
Yeah. I really don't like that either. Especially because they just felt like they were trying to use
Kane,
that.
hold on. Entertain the masses. I have to go take this phone call.
Alright. I don't know how to entertain the masses. I mean, I can talk about, I don't know. I wish Nintendo would do backwards compatibility. Oh, God, yeah, you know what? I will talk about that, just because. So, the recent thing with backwards compatibility that's kind of been bothering me is I legitimately don't understand why companies are necessarily even trying it to a certain extent, because I feel like if companies really want to do this right, I think what they should just do, and they'll never do it, is I think they should just sell us the games. Just sell us the games in digital form, you know? Sega has the brilliant Genesis collection, specifically on PC, which I think is awesome because they have the workshop. I mean, go for it. I can pretend to do that. But like Sega released the Genesis collection on PC, which is a great thing. But what the best part about that is especially through the PC, they have the Steam Workshop, like official Steam Workshop support. So when you buy the game through that, you have the game on your PC, and you can take that game and put it anywhere. You can use it on anything. You literally have the game file there. You can mod it, you can do whatever, because that's what they let you do. I think Nintendo should do that. I know they never will, but like, why do they even bother trying to program this kind of thing when it's just going to take so many resources? Just let us buy the games from you and let us do what we want with them. Like, I feel like that would be just a much more sensible option, so they don't have to worry about programming backwards compatibility or doing anything like that, or stuff like this. Just let us buy the games. And I'm well aware of like all the licensing issues and crap, but that just comes down to the fact that I think that our legal system is just broken when it comes to this anyway. It's so irritating dealing with how this works when all anyone wants to do is just play their games. It's frustrating having to pay a monthly fee to have access to something that we have access to sitting on our shelves, when we should be able to just have that and do whatever we want with it. Just put it on any device, put it in any device, have a good time, and just let all the companies focus on their current projects. I still love it when backwards compatibility happens, but at this point, we've seen the light of how difficult it really is to get backwards compatible stuff up and running on these consoles. A lot of the stuff that we're trying to do, a lot of the backwards compatibility that people are trying to do is really in-depth and very difficult for them to get around to, especially with how many other projects they're working on. So, like, at that point, why bother? Just let us buy the games and play them on anything. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I do agree that I think that our entire copyright system needs to be revamped, not only for the modern age, but just for the idea that, like, guys, companies, you're so offended, you're so angry that people are doing things with these games. You don't understand how much people love these games. That's what's wrong. That's what's wrong here. You don't understand how much people love this. I'm pretty sure that even in other fandoms, there's similar things happening, you know? There are trains probably that people are like, this is terrible, 0 out of 10. We're deconstructing every single one. But then there's someone out there that has restored one and kept it going because they just like it. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It just matters that they like it. So preservation is such a huge problem for gaming because of that, and I think revamping that legal area would be a really good first step to do that. I think companies need to learn a lesson that I think that they absolutely expect everyone else to learn. Move on. Like, I feel like it should be a company's job to move on from their older stuff rather than a consumer's job to move on from stuff that they love. Yeah. And Sega's not perfect either, especially recently with Sonic Origins. They delisted all of the Sonic games from the Genesis collection as well as Sonic CD on PC when the Sonic Origins collection came out. And I'm just like, you guys realize that you just quintuplated the amount of piracy that all of those old Sonic games are about to get, right? You just caused so much more of your problems by delisting those games. By forcing people into Sonic Origins, or at least trying to force people into Sonic Origins by delisting all the old Sonic games, you have now just caused so much... I feel like they would have made more money by leaving the old Sonic games available to purchase.
Your cousin Rachel's coming, and if it's the wrong way, you should need to switch.
I really do feel like that they would make more money by just leaving them up for purchase.
This is so not my fucking way. Look at who's Reese's driving me crazy. My dad answered the phone.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb of them to strike it down like that. That's unfair.
Oh, you know the emoji faces?
Oh yeah.
Well, somehow when my dad answered the phone, he had the giraffe face on. He didn't know how to turn it off, so he just talked like that the whole time. It was funny.
Is that what I called you?
Yeah, that was all it was.
Oh.
She just had that really dumbass question.
I can't believe she's like, you need to do this.
She thinks the world can bend to her whims. You know.
See if they out there.
But more importantly than the money,
He's not out there.
more importantly than the money in that regard too, it's also just trust. It's also just consumer trust.
He's watching.
And I think that Sega dismantled a lot of that by going about it that way.
It would be funny
And
if
I
I went to
think
Jack and
it
said
is
he's got
unfair
Spin's room. See how that goes.
Everyone did not have access to those original versions.
Okay.
Please don't.
I won't. I'm just kidding.
Goodness gracious, come tomorrow.
Hi, Kane. How are things going? Everything good? Are the masses sufficiently entertained?
Hello, welcome back. Decently, I think. The conversation's been continuing, even if it's not related to trains. Going well. We talked.
Everything
about
must be
how-
trains here.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah. I talked about basically how I think that companies should end up being the people who should move on from their older projects sometimes instead of the reverse. And how, you know, Sega really dismantled a lot of trust by delisting the old Sonic games from the PC. From the PC Genesis collection.
Yeah, that was a really lame thing for them to do. I completely agree with that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still kind of mad about that.
Not only do I think it's lame, but I just think it was the wrong move and just pointless. Like, I still firmly believe that they would have made more money, if not more money, at the very least they would have had way more consumer trust had they not removed those versions.
Yeah, it was a dumb call. Like I think that's pretty clear. It was a dumb call.
Yeah.
In terms of malicious intent, I totally understand why they did it, but I'm like that was also probably the bad thing to do.
Baby,
I mean, it's right in the name there, malicious intent.
Yeah.
Malicious intent is by Sonic Origins. It's like, okay, but it's not
You can ask
good.
him.
I'm kind of scared to talk to him.
What's up?
Oh, my girlfriend was asking if I wanted dinner.
Gotcha. Do you wonder what's for dinner?
Shut the fuck up, King.
Never!
That's right, it's the flying hamburger.
Delicious.
I mean, it's made of iron, so probably not.
Delicious!
Okay.
Listen, I've been told I need more iron in my diet.
Hmm?
Sorry to interrupt again, but are you okay with creamy? Because we both want creamy. I really don't feel like doing double. Or you want beef? Do you want beef?
I'll eat creamy.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Kane, you have to understand that around here, we talk about trains and train accessories.
Yes.
You have to get with the times, buddy.
Yeah.
After all, who really cares about video games anymore?
Yeah, I'm not on the right track.
Ugh. I don't know why I talked to you.
Because I'm awesome.
That's highly debatable. Yeah, submarines are train accessories, obviously. And I say this knowing that for a fact. Because I am an evil genius. And
Submarines are underwater boats. Just like subways are underground trains.
okay, you need to stop.
Rune Factory 5 is on PC. I'm so awful at all of the Rune Factory games.
Have you tried getting good at them?
Well, you see, the combat's never really the issue. The problem is the farming.
The farming?
Yeah. I don't have the patience to deal with farming, so when I played Rune Factory 3 on the DS, I literally used an action replay in order to get infinite money just so I could go through the story. It was so bad. I actually was forced to learn how to farm at the end of the game because the end of the game was like, give me 3 turnips. Oh no. So I had to go grow turnips. Like, okay, I grew 3 turnips. Here are your turnips. Can I get to the end game? Yes, you may pass. Oh, thank you. Go to the next room. Grow me 3 apples. Dang it! I had to,
That's what you
So-
get for not learning how to farm.
Yep. Very good games, though.
The heck was that noise? Kane?
Bling! What?
What was that noise?
What noise?
I heard like some whistle scream or something.
Bling!
Well, I heard that, but I heard something else before that.
I have no idea.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
You messing with me?
No. At least I'm pretty sure I didn't hear anything.
You don't know if you heard something or not?
Well, I mean, if I moved and like squeaked something in my room, I don't know. I'm not exactly that close to my microphone currently, which is funny because you can hear me just fine.
I can hear you just fine, that's true.
Yeah. I'll have to watch back through the video and see what happened so I can hear what you heard.
Do you hear what I hear?
What time did you start the stream?
A little over an hour ago. Why?
All right. Just cause that'll give me a general time frame as to what part I have to skip to hear what you heard.
You really don't know what it was, do you?
I have no idea what you heard.
Am I hearing things now?
I don't think so. I'm just trying to, like... Did I knock something? Did I say something that got garbled? Was it before or after the boop?
It was before that.
Maybe I got cut off mid-sentence. I don't know. Odd.
No, that's Code Lyoko.
Haha. Did it sound like a voice or did it sound like a sound effect?
It sounded like both of those things. I don't know. Never. Just forget it. Just forget it. I'm done talking about it. Obviously, I'm hearing things.
No. Someone else in the chat heard it too.
No, they're messing with us. I am just hearing things. It's the only logical explanation.
Of course.
Probably is an elaborate scheme to mess with me. And you're all in on it, aren't you?
God, I wish. Then I would at least have an answer. Hold on, is this a prank? Because I don't do jokes.
That's right.
You know what? I'll be back in a sec. I have a dumb theory. I'm back.
Are you?
Yes. And as it turns out, I'm actually Bill Cipher.
No, you are not.
Nah, definitely not. I don't have the evil powers to do deer teeth. I am definitely not as funny as Bill. But I'm also not as evil as Bill.
They modeled the mallard. It says mallard on the side. I mean, technically it's just called A4, but it says mallard there, so that'd be which one it is specifically, if you really must know. You know nothing, fool. It's Mallard, the god of destruction. Do I prefer the Jupiter or Union Pacific 119? Man, I have to look up what both those things are, gotta be honest. Quick, Kane, what are those?
Brains.
Thank you!
You're welcome.
Thank you for that. I am... Yep, that's... You know, I really don't know what I expected. To be honest, that's a better answer than it could have been. There's a lot of ways I could have gone, and you made it at least kind of funny. The trains in the Golden Spike photo, aren't those... I mean, they're both Americans. They look very similar. So, like, is there really a choice there? Jupiter is blue, 119 is gray. Okay, great. Except the problem I have is that that picture is black and white, guys.
Thomas is both blue and gray.
Like, shut up. See, honestly, I didn't even know they had replicas of them. Like, I'll be real with you guys. Because it just never came up. Like, you know, the Transcontinental Railroad is a cool topic, but it's been done to death, you know? One of those things where I'm like, yeah, I could talk about that, but, you know, everyone's talked about that.
You know, I really like this idea about you doing videos about, like, you know, space. I think you could do some really good videos on rockets. They're basically trains for space.
Are you done?
Yes. And no, they're nothing like trains for space, they're rockets.
I mean, I could do a, you know, 5 of the worst space vehicles ever. I was also considering doing a video about cars, but it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm not really a car guy. Like,
You know what you should do? Top 5 cars, and they're all just different styles of train cars.
I mean, yeah.
Technically speaking, you'd be correct in calling it the top 5 cars.
I know, but everyone would get mad.
It would be a great April Fool's joke.
Some people would be like, that's a carriage or rolling stock or something else. Like how people get mad at me when I say you know 5 of the worst trains. Those are locomotives. Actually, some of them are EMUs and DMUs and therefore cannot be completely classed as locomotives. But thanks for playing.
Yeah, I still don't see why people care that much about what word you use to describe a train.
I mean, I know that train means the whole thing, but it's such, but it's a common term, so people understand what the people just shut up, you pretentious little. Yeah, and one was a handcar with a sail. That's not. I can't, like, if I said 5 of the worst locomotives ever, they'd be like, that's not a locomotive, that's a handcar. I'm sorry, you know.
That's a PSP!
You got me, Mo, you got me. Guess I'm going to liar's jail.
It's so much worse because it just doesn't mean anything at the end of the day. You
No!
know? That's
It doesn't matter.
yeah.
It doesn't
It
matter. Does everyone know what I'm talking about? Yes? Good. That's it.
Cool.
That's all we have. That's all that needs to be addressed in this situation.
Yeah. Always laugh when I read that quote. So, Josh, I shared with you some of the stuff about Alex Hirsch talking about his experience with the Disney censors, right?
I believe so, yes.
One of my favorite ones that he talked about is one of Bill's lines in his first appearance. When he's vanishing, he says the line, "Remember, reality is a hologram. Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold, buy!" And then he vanishes. Disney had major issues with buy gold, and they wanted him to change it. So he's like, "Okay, fine, I'll change it." And then they just never got around to it. And it went through. I love it. Still my favorite story about that is the with the poster with Disney wanted him to remove the spin the bottle reference on the flyer. So after fighting back with Disney for like 5 or 6 emails, Disney's like, "No, we're not gonna change it. You have to change it." So Alex is like, "Okay, fine. We'll change the line. Replace it with not S&P approved." And S&P is like, "Please omit S&P approved from the flyer." And Alex is just like, "I don't see what the problem is." Then Disney is like, "Ugh. S&P, or not S&P approved, has been approved by S&P." His stories of back and forth with Disney is hilarious.
So this mod, it's for something called the Greslet, right? And the description for the engine is, "I posted a Twitter joke and now we hear."
Huh.
Now I know what this is, and it's not a real train. I'm sorry, locomotive. But it is really funny, so I'm gonna throw it on a line just because.
I'm gonna have to bring it up and see if I know what it is. See
Behold!
if I can recognize it. I probably won't. I have to bring up the screen. Okay. Let's see.
It's beautiful.
Don't think I recognize it, but I feel like part of it is a pun. What is it?
Oh, it's not really a pun. It's just they basically took a Gresley Pacific, and instead of 6 driving wheels, it now only has 2. It's just a tiny little thing.
Ah, gotcha. I saw the LNER and I thought it was a one-liner train.
London and Northeastern Railroad.
Gotcha. That's pretty great though, and it's supposed to have 4 or 6 driving wheels.
It's supposed to have 6.
Gotcha. And they made one with 2 or 4.
That's right.
I forget the number.
2.
Gotcha.
I think Zach has a Nightmare Reaper addiction. We should really have him seek help.
Yeah. I bet it haunts his nightmares.
I hate you.
I hate you.
Not you. I girlfriend thought I was talking to her.
No.
Thank you!
To be fair, Cole, I know nothing about trains. I know they run on tracks, and they have wheels and run on steam. Others run on thoughts.
They don't all have wheels, actually, if you want to get technical.
Yeah. I'm just glad you appreciated that dumb joke.
Maybe you're on cocaine.
Da 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 da. I mean, I do drink a lot of Coca-Cola.
What station's overloaded? Where?
I am a hardware nerd, but a computer hardware nerd mostly, with circuit boards and stuff like that, rather than mechanical stuff. I would say, like cars and things like that. Like, I can build PCs, and I'm pretty okay at that.
Kane is tech support.
Yes.
Would I do a video on Sir Nigel Gresley? Maybe? It's not really high on my priority list right now, though. Plus, I got a bunch of snobs really yelling at me about the Thompson video. They're like, how dare you deface the great Thompson? I watched this one podcast, and therefore everything you said is a lie because the podcaster said that wasn't true. And I'm like, I have verifiable sources, though. Like, I'm not saying the podcaster was wrong, but I don't see how this is relevant. Like,
Yeah.
you
It even more so, like, I highly doubt it's a situation where you even called out the podcast.
No, I had no idea it existed prior to making that video. Half the time, that's usually what happens. I have no idea this other stuff exists, and they're like, "Well, this said this," and I'm like, "Okay, but I sourced myself, so..." "Well, your sources aren't as good as theirs. What were theirs? They didn't have any." Okay, you don't see the problem here, or is it me? Is it me? I don't know. It's just I get headaches actually talking to people online sometimes. It's really what happens, and I don't just mean Kane's puns. I mean,
I was just about to make a joke about my pun.
I mean, that
But yeah, it really sucks that you're getting a lot of snobs in your comment section for that. 'Cause
Oh, whatever.
It sucks. Yeah.
I had to deal with gamers.
Yeah.
You think history
Yeah, I
snobs
know.
mean anything to me? Fools. I got yelled at for enjoying a video game. There's nothing you could say anymore. That is rock bottom there.
I still get yelled at for enjoying the video.
How dare you,
I know.
you monster.
I know. How dare I? I'm just the worst.
I mean, I would say that Minnesota doesn't get as many tornadoes as some places, but I'm sure they get them. Kane, do you know if Minnesota gets tornadoes?
Not really. Like, I'm pretty sure every state gets their fair share of warnings. But I've never heard of one happening.
Yeah, but don't you know things?
No, tend to stay pretty low key, not paying attention to stuff. See, I have no life, and that requires me to like look at the news. This is when I can look at computers.
I mean, I get that.
ramen good?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Can you turn the light on, please?
But then you won't be in the darkness anymore.
Shut up, Kane.
Never!
Ugh.
I mean, I could remake my old videos, but, like, they're not even that old. They're less than a year old. So it's like...
Man, you've grown so freaking quick on YouTube. It's insane.
I'm aware. Gotta go fast.
I wanted to make a Sonic X joke, but I can't think of a way to move the lyrics around for a train-themed parody of that song. And it makes me sad, considering I did a similar thing like a week ago.
I think I'm gonna do that for now. I'm like, that's crunch it, and then it's not. I said I'm gonna do it like this, not crunch it, because then you don't have strings. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's easier to eat.
They are not 3 years old. They are definitely not 3 years old.
Cartoon opening themes are underappreciated as really good freaking music. Just saying. Good stuff.
Wait, they're from 2019? Are you sure? Are they that old? Can't help. I know I only really started being...
I actually decided...
Go ahead, sorry.
I actually decided to do the same thing. Did you remove your history videos from the old account?
Yes.
Alright, that would explain it, because I was looking for... Because they were first uploaded there, so... Videos... Sort by oldest... 2 years ago, so... 2020 is the oldest video on this channel. And it's the U505.
Mm.
So I would assume they're probably talking about at least the first 3 or the first 4 videos on here.
Why, you saying those videos are bad? You saying my videos are bad? Is that what you're trying to say? What you trying to say? You want to start a fight?
Maybe just to give them another chance in the spotlight, because your 5th video,
You're looking for a fight?
5 of the worst trains is 33K, and then the Yamato is 1.1. But I think that those would probably be about the only 4 videos that I could think that would need remaking. Maybe as a 5-year anniversary thing.
They're looking to fight.
I was about to make a joke, but I felt really bad.
Uh-huh. See, what's funny for me is that, you know, those videos, I know those videos are old, but they're not, like, it's still just me talking. You know, it's not that
Yeah.
different from my current content. And what I think is really hilarious, at least for me, is that, like, people keep asking me, like, the William D. Porter gets brought up a lot. People are like, you need to do a video about that. And I'm like, I have. It has been done. I have already accomplished this particular task. I will gladly inform you of this.
You should link the old videos if someone asks about the about something you've already covered.
I mean, I guess I could. Or I could just let them fend for themselves.
Up to you in that regard.
Which, of course, just makes things harder for me, because then they won't see the videos, and therefore I wouldn't get views, and... You know what? Shut up, Kane.
Poor Kane. Everyone's after him all the time.
No one's after Kane. Stop protecting him. He knows what he did.
Poor Kane.
Ugh.
I make puns all the time.
How was it Teddy? I thought he was in there too.
He left.
Oh, okay.
I miss Teddy. Was I not in here when? No.
You were here.
What did? Oh my god. When did he leave?
No,
Like right after you showed up, actually.
I think Teddy left, and then he came one of his.
It was very, very quick.
Ah, that would explain it. For some reason, it didn't even occur to me that he was in the chat.
That's fine.
He played A Link to the Past on stream. I wonder how far he got.
Yeah, he mentioned he streamed. Didn't tell me what. But he said he streamed.
Legend of Zelda. Link to the Past.
What a nerd.
Yeah. Who would stream a Zelda game? A lot of people. This is a pretty popular franchise. Really good.
Shh, nerds. Real men play with trains all day.
Of course! Okay, so he's got the level 2 shield, but does he have the Master Sword?
That'd be a good t-shirt. I should add that to the store. Real men play with trains all day. Maybe just drop the all day. Just play with trains.
Hmm. I'm surprised he fell in that hole.
Ooh, Ted?
Yeah.
Ted being bad at a game surprises you?
Like, it's... So, I've complained about a lot of games not having, like, a proper amount of light in dark places, but A Link to the Past is not one of them.
Ted being
Like, I
bad at a
feel
game
like-
surprises you?
I'm just surprised he didn't see it quicker.
Ted being bad at a game surprises you?
I mean, it ultimately doesn't, but... You know.
How you doing, Michael G. Bono?
What about TF2? Oh, right. I'll be honest, good sir, you threw me off with TF2.
Transport Fever 2.
Yeah, I know.
You got it?
I was so...
You were confused.
I'm like, none of us have talked anything about Team Fortress 2 today.
Not
I'm
that
like,
TF! It's a different...
right.
It's like when people abbreviate World of Warships as WoW. And
Yeah.
it's like World of War... No, Warship. Darn it. They have the same initials.
They have the same two first words. It's literally only the last word. that
Oh,
is
yeah.
changed.
Yeah, they do. It's,
What?
The
is
titles...
World of Warcraft some really bad spin-off of the World of Warships franchise?
Yes.
0 out of 10.
Yes, it is, actually. That's not a wrong statement. It's actually a very right statement as far as I'm concerned. I'm okay with this, with you saying that.
Doesn't even have a friggin' city building set up. 0 out of 10. I don't know. This joke is going nowhere.
So say this is all falling apart very quickly, Kane.
Yes, it is. Like me when I play games like this, because I do not have the mental fortitude to do it. Yeah, don't worry. You and me both, good sir. I also do not play Team Fortress.
Why not? It's only the greatest game ever made.
The only way I would play Team Fortress 2 is to play Prop Hunt.
Oh no.
And at this point, that's probably what it's gonna have to be, considering.
To be fair, TF2 is free.
Yeah.
Actually, not the worst idea now that I think about it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, so is Fortnite. Like,
Yeah, but one of them is made by a company that somebody feels the need to be difficult about. Grr.
oh, I know. I know.
Angie.
Angie indeed. So yeah, TF2 is probably gonna have to be the way that works. I didn't even know you could have personal trains.
What are you talking about?
Someone up there's opinion on personal trains, like Trotsky's war train.
I mean, if you could afford it, I mean, I'd have a personal train if I could.
I just don't really know how, like, feasible that would be. It seems like... It seems like it would be like having a miniature train set just set up in, like, a backyard. Because, like, how would you run it?
Build your own lines.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, that is exactly what you'd have to do.
yeah.
I
I don't see the problem here.
see no issue with it either. It's the only way you could do it. That's really expensive, too. Wow. Just thinking about that, that's a lot. If you can do that, freaking all the power to you.
Bezos.
Yes.
It is not a GG1 at all. It is a diesel. It is a Baldwin DT66 2000.
God, just because it was brought up now. The next game to be played on stream on History in the Dark, The Legend of Zelda: The Spirit Tracks.
I mean, to be fair, that'd be pretty funny.
It would be pretty funny.
I mean, it's got a train in it.
Yeah.
Just saying. I don't really see the issue.
Was Sabaton the artist that you showed me with the that music video that we watched together at one point?
Pride of a nation, a beast made of steel, Bismarck in motion, king of the ocean, he is made to rule the waves across the 7 seas. To lead the war machine, to rule the waves and lead the Kriegsmarine. That one. And yes, the answer is yes, Kane.
Is that Sabaton?
That was Sabaton, yes.
That one. That's my favorite. that was cool. Max Payne. Nah. If Josh wanted Max Payne, he'd just play Shadow the Hedgehog.
I mean, it's nothing against Max Payne, but it's aged pretty bad.
Yeah, the old games are pretty old. I have nothing against them. The only one I ever, like, really tried to play was the third one. It's the only one that plays on modern hardware. Because I bought the complete collection when it was on sale for like $7 for the whole thing, which was a really good deal considering it was 1, 2, and 3. But, ugh. definitely not a game for me. If there were games, if there's like 2 or 3 games that I 100% regret buying due to people recommending them to me, it is Binding of Isaac and Max Payne.
Still can't believe you bought Binding of Isaac.
Oh, it's like Zelda! You idiots have never played Zelda.
No, it's not. Who said that?
But it looks like Zelda! Look at the dungeon say it doesn't play like Zelda. But it looks like...
Answer me!
As someone who has beaten the entirety of Legend of Zelda on the NES, fight me, Binding of Isaac is nothing like Zelda.
Are you sure? Because,
Yes.
I mean, I asked around, man. People say it looks like Zelda.
Absolutely not. I definitely think those were a couple of the times where I learned where I really gotta be vigilant about when people recommend me games. Because especially back then, a lot of people recommended me really dumb stuff, and it just had nothing to do with anything.
I mean, they just didn't know you at all. Like, I would know better than to recommend you Binding of Isaac. Doesn't mean everybody thinks about this kind of stuff. First of all, I hate Binding of Isaac.
Same.
But, like, I think you know why.
Yeah. The only roguelike that I like is Gunfire Reborn, because unlike every other roguelike I have played, Gunfire Reborn is so overtly simple that I don't even have to think about anything when I'm playing. It's not easy, but the mechanics are just simple. I don't have to, like, oh no, what do I have to build to get a really good thing going? Do I have to wait for that scroll or blah blah blah? Do I have to make sure that I get certain abilities before I die and revive with new ones? No. It's a skill tree, and you level up, and you just keep going. That's it. That's all you do.
I hate roguelikes. I hate them. I hate them so much.
I completely understand. I really do. It upsets me that it's the only genre that is somewhat close to the kind of game I want to play with people. It's a quick and easy pick up and play kind of thing that you just pick it up, go through the levels, and then you finish up in an hour and you're done. But I cannot stand the way roguelikes play most of the time.
Yeah, because it's so much fun getting loot. How? How is it fun? It's literally sorting through stuff that's 95% junk for hours.
That's the thing I like about Gunfire Reborn, though, is that when you're gaining like scrolls for extra abilities. Hello, Duck. You open a chest and you have the choice between 3 abilities. That's it. You look at them, pick one, move on to the next room. It's so simplified compared to something like Risk of Rain 2, which just throws everything at you all at once. What are you up to, Duck?
Sea of Thieves.
Of course he is. What else would he do?
play military shooters
Okay, Ted.
and slowly wait for fucking. No wait, sorry, are you streaming?
Yeah, he
Yes,
is.
I am. I just like how casual it came out. Like you just.
I realized like I thought about not swearing to make sure that I asked, and then I said it, and I was like, well,
It wasn't even out of anger or frustration.
No.
It was literally you were talking. You were having a completely normal, calm conversation, and you still. That doesn't tell me how all of us operate in general. I don't know what else would. Anyway, what are you waiting for?
Skull and Bones. There we go.
I don't know what that is.
It's Ubisoft's pirate game that is based on Assassin's Creed 4's like ship-to-ship combat,
Okay.
but it's actual own like single-player and multiplayer open-world adventure game.
So it's gonna suck, right?
I hope not.
It's Ubisoft, man.
I know we got a 50-50 shot.
It's better than EA, huh?
So I also have some hope for Skate.
I really, really want Skate to go well.
They're like, oh man, it's gonna be free to play. I'm like,
Oh man, it's gonna be free to play!
I'm not against this. And they're like, no areas locked behind paywalls, and I'm like, good.
That's already a good sign.
Yep. And they're like, no pay-to-win mechanics. I'm like, I don't even know how you do that in a skate game.
Yeah, exactly. It's like pay to win. Like how? It's what? Bethesda.
I very much want to play Skate. Also, I think my favorite new Ubisoft game is still Starlink Battle for Atlas. I keep spacing on the name. Pun fully intended. I regret nothing. Because I don't play it a lot right now, and it's one of those names that just doesn't really roll off the tongue. Because it's called Starlink Battle for Atlas. It just doesn't roll off the tongue as well as other game titles.
Sounds like a fan fiction with Star Fox and Zelda in it.
I mean, the Switch version of Starlink Battle for Atlas comes with Star Fox stuff.
Oh my god.
That's why I bought it on the Switch. I have an Artwing.
Well, I got a jar of dirt. So there.
I don't know. I don't know what's in it though. Can you tell me?
No.
Dang. I'll never know what's inside the jar of dirt.
It's okay, neither will Ted at the rate he's going. I'm still mad at all of you for that, by the way. You guys spent 20 minutes trying to deal with... Like, just let it go! Alright? I'm mad at him for not knowing something like that. I'm mad at you two for caring so much about something that he does all the damn time.
Gosh, language.
What?
Language.
Did I swear?
Yeah.
What did I say? Oh.
Watch your language, young man.
You know what? Fight me! How about that?
I love how, out of context, that quote means nothing. It just sounds like a silly quote, and you will only understand why it's funny when you watch the movie.
Thomas the Tank Engine hurries along. Cannot believe this mod has lasted as long as it has. Because it's totally illegal.
So, Doug, have you played any of the modern kind of skate games?
Like the indie ones?
Yeah.
No, I have not. I've really wanted to, though.
Neither have I. Just not been interested.
I just not really had the money at the time.
I've mostly been concerned about drawing any because none of them are really. The only one and I really want to look into is Skater XL. I understand that most of these games are single player, but I really do want one to have multiplayer. So Skater XL has been the only one with that kind of option. The problem with that one is that apparently there's been a lot of development problems with the team, and there's been some updates that have really put a damper on the multiplayer experience. So it's been another reason I haven't really been gung-ho about picking it up. Also because
You know, Kane, you could also learn to skate for real and go outside.
Yeah, but where's the fun in that?
That's fair. I could learn to drive a train for real. Well, apparently being a train engineer in the modern day America is actually not very much fun.
Oh.
Oh yeah?
You have to be available 28 days out of a month.
Oof.
And if you have to take any time off, you get points against you, regardless of what it's for.
Yikes.
There's, you're away from, you can't go home at the end of every shift because you might be several states away.
Yeah.
So they do pay well, but it's not an easy job. Yeah, I heard the UK's having a labor strike when it comes to the railways. That's cool too.
So, Duck,
That's me.
that costume.
What costume?
What?
You'll have to be a bit more specific than that,
I like the pause. He legitimately tried to think about what the heck you could be talking about.
I did send it to both of you, so I kind of assumed that it was pretty obvious it was the Glamrock Freddy one.
Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, like, holy crap. Did you get a chance to see that, Josh?
Take that as a no.
No, I did. Sorry.
It's so good. Like, holy crap, that's really well detailed.
Alright, so we need to refine some oil! People need oil, you guys. Did you guys hear the latest drama with President Biden?
No.
No? Well, get this. He went on a trip to Saudi Arabia. Yeah?
And he asked them to not be dicks.
Well, he did that too. But before he did that, he gave their crown prince a fist bump. I don't think you understand the severity of such a catastrophic lapse in judgment.
No, you're right. It's right up there with Obama wearing a tan suit.
You know, on one hand, it is nice that the presidential dramas are back to the way they used to be.
Yeah.
Where it's like something so unspeakably stupid. Whereas back in the last, with our last president, who will remain nameless,
It's like,
seemed like a lot of...
oh my god, we might die.
Yeah, it seemed like every drama was actually legitimately what is happening. But now Biden's like fist bump, and I'm like, if that's the worst we got this week, I'm actually content with that.
Sounds fine to me.
Because he went over there to try to... I'm sorry, this is just going to sound so American. He went over there to try to secure some oil.
Oh, man. You were not kidding.
Yeah, it just dawned on me how violently American... It was. That's why I can't even think about it. It's just like because the news media was saying it as if it wasn't like if it wasn't with no irony. They were like he went there to make to discuss to negotiate, some possible ways to get more oil from them, and I'm like. Also, he gave him a fist bump, and
that's offensive. Only Sonic can do that.
It was because of COVID!
Yeah. Ugh.
I too hope he does not fall down the stairs again.
Who fell down this? Wait, what? I've never heard of this.
Biden once, another one of, major drama involving President Biden was he once tripped walking up the stairs into Air Force One.
Oh no.
Yeah, exactly. It's another one of those situations where it's like,
I tripped.
yes, People do trip.
It's almost
And-
like people.
And he also fell off his bike. That one was pretty. I hate too that when I saw that one, I was like, I know exactly what he did.
Do you?
Yeah, he forgot
Oh,
to take
no.
he forgot to take his foot out of the thing that secures it to the pedal.
Oh no!
Because he saw a bunch of people and he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna go say hi to all these people," and like kind of went to stop, and he had one foot out, and then he went to take his other foot out and went, "Oh, that one's stuck. Uh-oh," and went down. How do I know this? Because I've done it so many friggin' times.
Well, obviously, that wouldn't be very
Presidential?
presidential of you. Apparently, the presidents aren't allowed to trip.
No.
Just like no president's ever allowed to have been paralyzed.
I feel like
Wait a minute.
the solution to that is to just not have the.
Yeah, no.
straps.
The thing is, though, they are really nice because they help when you're pedaling. They help maintain your grip on the pedals.
True.
So
It,
when-
it would help in certain situations.
So when you lift up your foot, you're not actually like lifting it off the pedal. It stays secured. So it's actually you're kind of getting a pulling motion with it as well.
that
So you're
makes
getting,
sense.
yeah.
That
How-
definitely makes sense.
How long before President Biden is ousted? Probably not
Never?
gonna happen. I'm actually fairly secure in the notion that will never happen. Unless he suddenly turns megalomaniac, which seems unlikely, I just can't see that happening at all.
The problem is that Biden virtually does very little. So, like, I don't know why so many people get mad at him. Oh, like, I mean, it's easy to get mad at him for his inaction, but the problem is his actions have really been negligible.
Yeah, there've been when he does do something, it's rather inconsequential.
Like, really, it has been every other, branch of the judicial or the, entire government system that has been doing things.
Yeah, because like frickin' AOC, who I'm just really starting to hate actually, was on him for the abortion thing. And I'm like, you realize he has no way to do anything about that, right? Like, that wasn't his call. Nor was it something that, like, he said it himself. Like, there's no presidential order that would have changed that. It's the Supreme Court. You're a politician too. You do something about it. Come on.
And I mean, yeah, no, it's not like, the House has been doing anything about it for years.
Hmm. Oh, leaders tripping and talking in word salads makes you look like a fool on the world stage. Dude, I have no worries about Biden making us look dumb on the world stage because I have seen other countries' leaders. The UK is in the middle of throwing out their prime minister.
Also, hold on. Acting unpresidential and talking in word salads makes you look unpresidential too. We've been fucked for years.
I know, right? Like,
I think we've had in that case Obama is like the one golden light in our fucking friggin' darn it. Sorry, trying to in our history.
yeah, this is-
Obama's the one coffee suited president that's made us look good in probably the past 25 years.
Yeah.
I mean, even right now, the UK is up in arms over the whole Roe v. Wade thing for us. Like, you know about that, yeah?
vaguely?
Basically, the UK, they voted in their house to condemn the US for its decision over birth control. which I think is the funniest thing.
Yeah.
They're like,
Let's
that's a
see.
basic human right. What's wrong with you guys?
They right.
They want to start another war?
No, they're just telling us what we're doing wrong.
I don't care. They're not allowed to tell us. They're not the boss of us. They're not our real parents.
I mean, we also have, what, the largest prison population in the entire world?
So?
Largest per capita, largest amount in general, which is absolutely terrifying.
Well, then don't break the law. Take that.
They,
I mean, that's the worst part, is we don't even have the highest crime rate either.
I think he just be careful. I think he just has officers on because they care. I don't know if he's gonna come in here. Just be careful.
Okay. Sorry, what were you saying, Duck?
So we don't even have the highest crime rate, and yet we still have the most amount of prisoners.
Because we have a much more thorough legal system than most countries. It's a real, like you're not analyzing all the data when you point that out. Is my problem with your point right now?
And the highest reincarceration rate.
Like technically, like of course we have a higher reincarceration rate. We have a higher incarceration rate. That's a stupid thing too.
No, like percentage wise though, not just in total amount.
A lot of other countries
Like-
don't even keep track of that kind of stuff. They're really bad at it. Like one person got like technically speaking. No, never mind. It's just that's not really gonna help my point. Never mind. It's kind of off topic. I forget it.
Why are you pulling up carpets, dumb little dog?
Maybe she doesn't like carpets. Did you ever think about that? Of course not. You only think about yourself.
The carpet was barking at her.
No. Don't think either of us were gonna go there with that. Our gun violence rate is really low compared to some countries. That's true. It's all thanks to good guys with guns.
Yeah, it's also guns are also the leading cause of death in children aged 8 to 14. I think it is the number one cause of death.
You're
now.
being really negative.
Yeah, no. Do you mind? Do you mind, Poppy?
I mean, I personally, I'm of the opinion, like, I don't really think guns are the problem. I don't. I absolutely do not. Do I think we should just let people, whoever get a gun? No, of course not. That's stupid. But it's also stupid, the notion that both sides are kind of right, because the notion that the gun told someone to murder a bunch of people is also very stupid.
No, I think they are the problem. They are the problem, but there's, fire is a big problem in getting burned.
Right. That's
You don't. But the problem is you don't just let fire go. You try to at least maintain it a little.
okay.
I definitely agree with that, because I do think, yes, it is true, guns are not the problem, but they are still a big part of the equation. We're not dealing with a black and white answer, we're dealing with an equation, and yeah, guns are a big part of that. There's a lot of aspects to that could be addressed. For one thing, I definitely think that education about how they work is super important. I don't think they should be as easily accessible as they are.
True, the vast majority of gun deaths are accidental.
Yeah, And education would help with that. I don't think it would stop it. I don't think it's possible.
No,
to,
people
per
are
se.
gonna people. Like
Yeah.
No,
I stabbed myself with my own knife the last month
Yeah.
because I'm an idiot. You know, like, you know, people make mistakes. People, you know, there's accidents. That's going to happen as long as anything exists. But I think
Yeah.
people's bigger issue is, hey, how about we do something about the maniacs using these weapons to murder literal children?
My favorite thing is, like, you know, people are like,
Yeah.
if you outlaw guns, that people are just gonna use cars. And I'm like, cars are the best example.
Sorry.
You're gonna do outlaw cars? No, because cars you have to go through a various amount of rigorous different things in order to get, you know, to get a license.
You got
in order
you
to.
need to take a written test. You need to take a literal exam. I don't think there's a physical exam for using a gun.
No,
Nope.
no, there's not. No, it's honestly, you don't even need that in most states. You can literally just basically ask. You go, "Give me a gun, please," and they go, "How old are you?" And you go, "I'm 18," and they go, "Okay."
Good talk.
Yeah.
Glad we established that.
The only biggest thing is concealed carry, which does tend to require its own separate license in some states. I don't know which ones anymore because that was also recently changed.
I have the God-given right to wield a gun. I don't think the Bible says anything about guns. I don't think it says anything about that.
Yeah.
I think you're literally making that up.
Constitution, Josh.
What about it?
It says we can't drink alcohol.
No, we got rid of that part.
Oh, what? What? You can't just change the Constitution.
It was only written hundreds of years ago.
No, you can't just amend something. What? That's
Yeah, that's
ridiculous.
impossible. There's no way you can do that.
Duck, are you making things up again?
Duck?
He must be. That's why he's not answering.
Duck, we can't hear you.
Duck's making up stories to make us feel stupid. They're like you,
What?
but you know, okay. Duck's not gonna. He's not there. He can't hear you. No one.
I
can
know.
hear you.
I was gonna say, watch as he comes back like 5 minutes later and is like, my dog unplugged my headset.
That sounds about right. But like, I don't really have a political affiliation because I think everyone sucks. But even I can see there's obviously a problem, and really nobody's offering a solution to fix it.
And those who are offering some kind of solution are just getting shot down.
The problem, I think, it's the same problem with anything right now. Regardless of what country you're in, it's extremism. Everyone wants it their way, exactly their way, and no one's willing to compromise. The problem with that is that many times it's just not going to happen. But we have to come to some kind of consensus. There isn't a consensus anymore. Everyone's always, either, let's just take the gun issue. Either ban all guns, or everyone should have a gun. And I'm like, I feel like there's a different way to go about. No. If we concede at all, then the other side wins. Like I don't think that's how that works.
Who cares?
No, it's like a sport that affects people's actual daily lives.
Ugh. Bless me.
Okay,
Sorry
stream
about
doesn't want to get political. Fine. There's a reason I don't generally get political unless it's history related.
Oh yeah.
You brought it up. You know, Daylight. You were the one that brought it up. You started the conversation because you mentioned Biden, I think. Quick, Kane, change the topic.
Ratchet and Clank is a wonderful PS2 franchise that grew a really large, just as one of the really big franchises for the PlayStation 2. You know, it even went on to the PS3 and it did pretty good there. And then it just kind of went quiet for a while.
Oh no, you're right. You're right, Daylight. You got me. I did bring up the fist bump thing first, didn't I? I forgot about that. My bad. Okay, fine. It was my fault. It was my fault, Kane. Everything's my fault.
You know what is your fault? You're playing Transport Fever 2 and not Team Fortress 2. Clearly, more historically accurate TF2. And I demand that you switch right now.
Hey, how about no?
Absolutely. Everyone knows that Team Fortress 2 does trains way more historically accurately. Everyone knows that every train was designed to be pushed along a short track to the other side where one team wins and the other team loses. It's kind of like Overwatch. I couldn't resist it.
Let's see how our lines are doing. Not great, actually. Not
Dang it.
terrible, not great. Kind of up and down right now.
Is at least one of them doing okay?
Oh yeah, it's kind of half and half, being honest.
That's a silver lining then.
Maybe I like steam engines. Do you ever think about me before you commented?
Well, you see, he's playing the game through Steam, so he kind of has no choice in that regard.
Kane, shut up.
Never!
Alright, so what did I miss? Anything fun?
We didn't even know you left. You just stopped talking.
I said I'll be right back.
We didn't hear that part.
Oh.
Sorry, Discord must have cut you out there. That's been happening a lot tonight. That was awful timing in that regard. Bad Discord.
Why don't we get why don't we get Kane the Pun Man in normal videos? Because I make videos too quickly to schedule something with him. Because Lord knows I'll ask him. And Kane will be like, oh yeah, sure, and then I'll never hear from him again, basically.
I mean, I do have a very high quality microphone now. And by that I mean I have a snowball.
You guys hear about Howie Mandel?
No?
What about it?
So he's on TikTok,
Okay, so?
and he does React videos.
What?
And the other day, sometime last week, he reacted to how do we say this? How do I say this child friendly?
I'll grab him with
A butthole too far.
Oh, what? Oh, no. That already doesn't sound good.
Did he like the video?
No.
No, he did.
I wonder why.
He has like literal millions of followers on TikTok.
I mean, I believe it. Also, you know, a celebrity opens any social media, they're just like instant. Remember when that one girl opened an OnlyFans? Forget her name?
Bad baby.
Huh?
Bad baby.
No, not her, but also yes, but she wasn't the one I was thinking of.
Oh, which one?
She's an actress. She only had it open for like...
Oh, was it Ariana Grande?
No.
No, Iggy Azalea?
No, I forget.
One of them.
One
They
of them.
all look the same.
Yeah. Hey, I like Ariana.
I know. They all look the same. They all have that same style that I like. They are indistinguishable to me, like from one another.
To be honest, I probably only like Ariana partially because one of my exes hated Ariana. Kind of spite focused, I admit.
You know who I like? Doja
Who?
Cat.
Who the heck is that?
She's a female rapper.
You know-
I can't say one of her best songs because you don't want me saying it. It's B, I'm a Cow. She also did, I think her best song is still Say So. But she was the one who was in like tabloid headlines recently because she had the hots for one of the Stranger Things guys.
Uh-huh.
Like asked one of his co-stars to like see if she can like set him up with her or like at least like get his number, and he shared the DMs on like TikTok or something.
Is that wrong of her? So far, it just sounds like...
No, it's arguably wrong of him to just be like, "Hey guys, look who's sending me messages asking for this dude's dick."
well, okay, yeah, that part I agree. I'm just like, I don't really see why...
Yep.
Like,
but then
she did anything wrong.
She went off on him, and it kind of went a little bit too far.
Oh.
But yeah, regardless, yeah, no, I think she's a good musician and artist, and she has the thing for white boys. Which not saying I have a problem with.
Duck holding onto that one shred of hope for himself.
Hey, look, if there was a possibility of any female rapper that I could get with, like, I mean, look at Kim Kardashian and what's his name, Pete Davidson.
Who?
That kind of like muggy looking guy from Saturday Night Live.
Uh-huh.
That he's with Kim Kardashian now, and it's like the most weirdly hilarious thing.
Well, I mean, that's probably an upgrade from her ex.
I mean, yes, but also no. like stability wise, probably, but like everything else is, eh. Don't get me wrong, I love the guy, but he just looks like he came out of a gutter in New York.
He may have actually literally done that.
Like probably.
but maybe he makes her laugh. I mean,
Oh yeah,
frickin'-
no, absolutely, and he's
I mean, freaking Megan Fox is with MGK, and I hate MGK.
yeah. I was so on board when I started listening to his newer stuff, and then he's like, "Yeah, I'm the best thing to happen to punk rock," and I'm like, "Well, you've lost all respect."
Exactly. like if he would stop being a complete word I can't say on stream for
But-
like 2 seconds, I probably wouldn't have an issue with him. But he's such an arrogant. He's just the worst. Like, and he's not like. It's not like his music, because people online make fun of him, like his music's terrible. Like, his music's not terrible. He's terrible. Like, as a person in general, he's just so obnoxious.
I mean, his newer stuff with Travis Barker is amazing, but then again, anything that Travis Barker touches is
I was
instantly
just saying, I feel
gold,
like that
so-
has less to do with MGK and more to do with the other
No, the thing
addition
is,
to this
he-
equation.
He wasn't bad on it. Like, yes, I'm sure that.
I'm sure he
that
wasn't.
Travis
When he
Barker-
applies himself, he is a perfectly fine musician. There's nothing. He's
I don't
totally.
know, I listen to his rap stuff. Nah.
But he's such a jerk. It's like, how do I can't deal with him being himself. And Megan just lost her mind, as far as I'm concerned. I used to like her, but lately I'm like, I cannot. You just,
Yeah. It was weird. She went from like, oh man, she's just a pretty girl, to, oh I don't know, she's actually like pretty cool, pretty smart, pretty interesting,
yeah,
and kind of jumped that ship.
yeah.
It was
like ever
no, I'm
since,
gonna be the pretty girl, and I'm like, what?
yeah, ever since she got with MGK, it's just like, and she was married, like with with kids and everything, and now she's just go completely out the window. Like,
On that weird spiritual route.
yeah, well, a lot of girls are into that lately, to be fair.
No. There's a difference between being spiritual and like, oh god, what did they do? Like they like ritually like sucked each other's blood.
Please stop saying that. Every time I hear it, I just want to scream.
Which I think you would have told me if something like that was going on.
What? Are you referring to me?
Yeah.
In what regard?
You said a lot of girls are into that spiritual thing recently, and I thought that was kind of a.
I didn't mean that. That's not a.
Well, no,
there's
no,
a
no, that's what I'm saying.
there are different thresholds.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I figured you were leaning into the whole. Your aspect is probably more on the spiritual aspect right now, and I was like, that's cool, but she not doing that, right? Right?
Right.
Okay.
Is
There
that
we
all?
go.
That all you needed to know? This was very
that's-
important to you.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to
It was
know.
very important to you. Apparently, you were.
I have no comment.
It's fine.
Josh, are you and your girlfriend ritually sucking each other's blood?
No.
Okay.
The heck?
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
I'm glad I could tell you. Glad we cleared up that issue.
I don't even know what that is, so I feel like I am okay without knowing.
You don't need a. Never mind. You don't want to know. I just
you don't
realized.
need context.
I just realized who I was talking to, and I'm like, wait. Nope. I must remain silent at this time.
I'll be right back again. Missing dog.
Missing dog.
Yeah. Dog is being mean.
Dog has been located.
Awesome.
Well, now they're just gonna follow you because they want to know what you wanted.
That's the goal, to keep an eye on her. Otherwise she'll pee on the couch again. For no known reason.
She pees on the couch?
Yes!
Like on the side of the couch or like on the cushion? Like on top?
the cushion.
Why?
Because
It has
that's where
to
she
be. That's not even a. Like, even from a convenience perspective, that makes no sense.
It's a comfy place and she likes to hang out there.
But that means normally dogs don't pee where they like to lay for reasons I
Also-
think should be very clear.
Also, it smells like my roommate, who she absolutely hates.
Well, that might make more sense. Why does she hate your roommate so much?
We don't know.
Oh,
First of all, she's terrified of everyone. Everyone who isn't me and Stephanie.
Okay, so she's skittish.
Yes, absolutely. But she has like an abject horror towards my roommate.
Where did you get her from?
The farm.
As a puppy?
Yes.
Huh. I was thinking maybe her original owner looks like your roommate and they were a jerk to her,
Nope,
but that doesn't
not
really.
even close.
Yeah, it doesn't even line up with that.
Nope. We think it might be because my roommate was sitting with her when they were on the car ride back.
Uh-huh.
So she was basically the only person who was there basically during arguably the most traumatic moment of her life.
Oh, well, that lines up pretty well. Maybe she's afraid she'll take her away again.
Exactly. That was the only rationale I've been able to come up with.
That does make some sense, though. It's not an unreasonable conclusion to draw. Maybe your roommate secretly abuses animals.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I didn't think so.
She couldn't abuse an animal if she wanted to. Too much of a wimp. It'd be like if we found out like Kane was dogfighting. We went in a dogfighting ring. Like just like no.
I don't know. Kane seems like the type to do that, you know? He's got
No,
such
I believe Kane could organize one, but not run one.
God no. The only kind of dogfighting I could organize is like fighting game tournaments.
Pokemon battle. Got it.
Yeah, Pokemon battle. Or Digimon, either way. Both of them have dog animals in them. They can fight. Canonically, Pokemon like to Pokemon like to fight.
just like dogs. Wait.
Always confused me about that one. I'm like, that sounds weird to me.
Well, I like the more that we learned about the original premise for Pokemon, the worse it got.
You know, everyone pokes fun at PETA for like going really over the top, and they are wrong for doing that, but they do have a bit of a point sometimes.
I mean, yeah, it's not like we were originally just supposed to whip Pokemon and watch them fight.
Oh, but
Oh,
they
wait.
definitely did that in the anime.
Right! That was in the first season. There was that one dude.
It would actually more specifically in the Arceus movie, they go back in time. They didn't even call them Pokemon. They called them magical creatures. and it was like, it was kind of horrifying.
Why would they call them magical creatures? They're just the animals that live on the planet. That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't write the movie.
Well, maybe you should have.
Also, Josh, I don't know. I'm calling creatures that can summon the elements at will.
Yes, but in the context of that universe, they are the only other animals on their planet.
Not true.
No, that's true.
Technically true, I think.
No, it is true.
We saw a normal fish in the original Pokemon anime.
That was a flub, and you know it. Everyone focuses on those stupid fish.
But it did happen.
Yeah, but it was a mess up. It screwed up in the anime, just like that normal frickin' bird on the one Pokemon card art.
Also, there is numerous references to real-world things in Pokedex entries.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
Well, real world things, yes, because that world is based off of our world, but the animals are replaced with Pokemon.
Well, regardless of anything, we have seen multiple instances of really poor treatment for Pokemon in the universe. Both in the anime, the manga, and the games.
People are jerks. I thought you knew that. Wow, the Sheena and Zeppelin's actually making money. Interesting.
Also, the Arceus movie is, pretty weird. But I liked it. It was a cool movie. Also, one of the main guys was voiced by Dan Green, so every time he talked, I'm like, Yugi?
Oh yeah, speaking of that, I'm guessing you heard?
Yeah.
What?
The creator of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Very, very sad news.
So I thought we were talking about Dan Green. I'm like, what happened to Dan Green?
Duck's about to have a heart attack over here. I mean, I understand. I'm kind of with you there, Duck, because I found out something terrifying today.
Oh.
Sam Neill, the dude who plays Alan Grant in Jurassic Park.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know he's 74?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize he was that old.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but he can't go anywhere. Freaking,
I mean, Jeff Goldblum is almost 70.
yeah, he's almost 70. He's like 69. Just married a woman half his age, actually.
Oh.
Which, to be
Didn't know
fair,
that.
at that age, half his age still isn't that bad. Like, at that point, it's like, whatever. She's almost 40.
Yeah.
So she wants to marry Jeff Goldblum, go nuts. He looks great for almost 70, hey.
Yeah.
So does Sam Neill, they both do. That's why I was like stunned, I didn't realize he was that old.
Oh, that's going over so badly if that's already there. So you know how Super Mario Strikers just got a new game on the Switch?
No, but I guess I know it now.
It's already marked down to $50.
Well, I mean, I didn't even know it was there, so...
I just watched a video about it the other day, and most people agree that it's a really big letdown compared to the original game. Excuse me. Most people agree it's a letdown compared to the original game with just not a lot of content, not a lot of really anything. It's definitely not something that's worth the $60. And like it's a Nintendo game that got dropped down by $10. And granted, it's on Amazon. Amazon always drops the price.
But still,
But, like-
usually Nintendo games stay at 60 forever.
Way too long, yes. Nintendo having a good deal? What is this mystery that you speak of?
Ridiculous, I know. Even on their own shop, they never have sales or anything like that.
Very rarely. They've been getting better about it lately, but even then, it's like, it's nothing. Every time Nintendo has a sale, it's like, oh cool, 5% off. Great job, Nintendo.
Yeah.
I saved so much money. And I totally didn't just order it from Amazon used for half that price because you suck. Also, I have a physical cartridge. Screw your digital.
You think they'd make more money at some point?
What do you mean?
I guess in my head, like, occasionally offering deals just encourages more sales, and it gets to a point where it's like, I feel like you would make more money if you just drop the price.
I agree.
Especially-
it's better to put things on sale.
Especially if it's digital, because you don't even have to pay for, you know, the disc at that point, the cartridge at that point, whatever it is. Like there's no hardware. It's digital. Why do you think Steam has so many great sales? Because it's digital.
Yeah. Oh, right. Speaking of, I gotta go to eBay.
You know, it's always better to put things on sale, mark it up, and then put it down. People will definitely buy it more likely.
Oh god, kill me. I'm gonna have to spend $65 on an import for Klonoa.
Why are you... They just released the collection and you're importing Klonoa? You know what? I don't know why I'm surprised.
A physical copy? Are you kidding me? It's Klonoa!
They have American versions of... You know what? Again, never mind. I keep forgetting who I'm talking to.
Do they, Josh? Do they have North American physical copies of Klonoa on the Switch? Or any platform?
On the Switch? I'm just talking about the PlayStation.
They literally don't have physical copies of the Klonoa collection in North America.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the original game.
Nope.
I
I own most of those. Moonlit Museum. I have to look at Moonlit Museum.
I don't even know what that is!
It's the Wonder Swan Klonoa game. It's the only one I don't have.
There was a Wonder Swan Klonoa game? Have you ever told me about this?
It was basically the game they... Yeah. Kaze no Klonoa.
I feel like it might have gotten mixed in with you talking about the Digimon Wonder Swan games.
Quite possibly. Also, oh my god, it's like $140 for the box and everything.
Sounds
I
about
want
right.
it, but I can't buy that right now.
I mean, you can.
I literally just bought a weird, obscure Wii game. But I so badly want to get that. That'd be so fun to have. But yeah, I really want to get that because it's the only Klonoa game I do not own. And yes, that does mean that I own Klonoa Beach Volleyball.
It's actually a thing.
Yes.
I keep forgetting that. And every time I hear beach volleyball anymore, all I think about is DOA, and putting that with Klonoa just makes things really awkward for me.
No, it just makes it that much fun.
I know. What back when I was actually doing when I actually had this idea that I wanted to do internet content, I wanted to make a joke where I am doing a retrospective on Klonoa games, and I get to Klonoa Beach Volleyball, and I hold up Dead or Alive Extreme Volleyball, and it's like, oh, wrong game. Because, like, it is one of those things where it's like, when you hear beach volleyball, that is the first thing that pops into your head. And just knowing that there's a Klonoa beach volleyball just makes it even weirder. Klonoa is a series of 2.5D platformers on the PlayStation and PlayStation 2 and 2D platformers on the Game Boy Advance it's a mascot platformer, very, very fun, very good
technically the original was 2.5D.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
I thought you said 3D.
Nope, 2.5D on PS1 and 2.
I know yes, I know that. I know that. Never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Very, very
I shouldn't laugh because he doesn't know what it is, but I'm just laughing at his spelling of Klonoa. I mean, I actually consider it a good effort considering I can read it as Klonoa. It's just Klonoa is spelled with a K.
Great series of games. They just released a collection. If you like adorable 2.5D mascot platformers, it's really hard to go wrong with Klonoa.
It's
It
not
will
as
make
good
you
as
cry.
Tomba!
Tomba's good too. Play those as well. Buy them on the PlayStation 3, because you can actually get them there, and not spend a fortune and a half.
I have the originals! Ah! I'll be laughing all the way to when they disc rot and I cry.
Yeah, that's gonna be a rough day. I am so not down with Disc Rot.
I mean, is anybody?
Yeah. Can I come on get down with the Disc Rot? Can I come on get down with the Disc Rot? Can I come on get down with the Disc Rot? Open up your case and let the disc deteriorate. I don't know.
It fell apart at the end. It was a good effort until the right there at the end, and I was like, nope, he lost it. Just fell apart.
One of those names that like you wouldn't really know how to spell until you see it. I was also introduced to it from Kid Icarus as well, and as much as I like his video on it, I really did not like his mispronunciation joke. That one just got.
See, this particular modded and diesel excites me because these are actually one of my favorite model trains that I had as a kid that's still at my dad's house. I love these diesels. I love Chicago Northwestern. That's my favorite livery, is Chicago Northwestern. For those of you asking yesterday, I don't know why I blanked on that.
Oh yeah.
And I have these exact models up at my dad's place.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can tell you're really interested.
I just don't know what to say. Like, that's really awesome. I'm glad you were able to find a mod for that, because that's cool.
That is it's the reason why I play this more. It's one of the reasons why I play this more than pretty much any other, like, train sim style thing. Because all the others are actually locked off for mods.
Yeah.
This one is completely open. They're just like, whatever! Have fun! And it's like, thank you! Now people can actually put in, like, trains they want to see without bothering you about it.
Yeah.
It's like, why wouldn't you do that?
It's excellent. I love modding.
Especially in something like this, when, like, this isn't competitive. It isn't, you know, it isn't something that people are, you know, like, oh, you're cheating at the game, so what? It's a single-player strategy experience. Most people just want to build, you know, like, one of the mods is an infinite money mod, so you don't have to worry about that either.
Yeah.
It's very nice. You don't want to. People don't want to have to worry about that sometimes. They just want to sit here and build a railway and watch trains go by. There's a Union Pacific SD7 available now. A lot of versions of it for some reason.
Oh god, there's a copy with the manual for $260. Ow. That hurts my soul. I wish they'd just remake this game, because it would be zero effort to remake this game.
Oh my god. I didn't even notice this before. That's great. The modder actually went to town with the sound effects for these too. Not only do they sound like the real Diesel, but they actually added a bell whenever they're coming into the station.
Oh,
Like, just
bing.
little things like that. Like, because some of these mods are really lazy, don't do anything like that, but those ones do. That's a good mod. Should probably get rid of the Fell Diesel, 'cause it's a piece of crap. Oh, I see why there's so many of those. The modder actually added individual numbers for each one. Even though they're all Union Pacific, he actually changed the numbers on all of them.
Wow.
Which is a level of detail that I can only attribute to real rail fans. But now you could like have an like if you wanted to have like a Union Pacific simulation, you could then have the diesels, but each with their own unique numbers. Which is I props for doing that. Because most modders don't bother going that deep with it. Well, it's the 1950s, so we should probably start making more diesels.
Mm-hmm.
Just like real life. Also, hey Kane.
So, just as a quick side note for this, you know the GBA Klonoa games?
Sure.
Yeah, the Wonder Swan game. The Wonder Swan game is pretty much the framework for what for what became the GBA games.
Oh my god. It's 1953, and there's a New York Central steam engine still in existence. It must be destroyed.
Also, that's one of the reasons why I honestly feel like that remaking Moonlight Museum would be absolutely the easiest thing ever, because the only thing you'd have to change is the vertical scrolling stages, and that's it. Yeah, Moonlight Museum was one of the few games that actually used the Wonder Swan vertically instead of horizontally. I still would really love to mod a Wonder Swan. Oh, it's for the Wonder Swan color. Josh, there's an IPS screen replacement kit for the Wonder Swan color.
Is that good or bad?
That's really good. It'd be awesome to play freaking Digimon Battle Spirit games. Because, like, the biggest problem with playing any kind of Wonder Swan game is the screen technology, because every WonderSwan has an issue where none of the screens are backlit or even front lit. So people have had to like mod in their own front lights to it, but apparently now there's an IPS kit, which is basically like a DS Lite screen, but in the WonderSwan.
That's kind of cool.
That is so, and it would be so cool because like the WonderSwan colors are a lot cheaper than the WonderSwan crystals, because the WonderSwan crystals are the one with the proper LCD screens in them, but the colors are a lot cheaper because they're older as well. So if you get one with a broken screen or with something wrong with it, you should be able to figure out a way to make that work right. That's awesome. Where can I get one? How old is this video? This is 2021. Dang it. $60 for an IPS WonderSwan kit. That's not awful. The only issue is that it does require soldering. And I've never done that before. But it looks like it could be something that I could handle. It seems pretty small, generally, in terms of installation. Ooh, not a fan of how that came out. Oof. Alright, to eBay. WonderSwan color, broken screen. For parts. There was a Final Fantasy II WonderSwan? Oh my god, there actually is a Final Fantasy II WonderSwan.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I have the Final Fantasy I WonderSwan. I think that one was like... I think I told you about my absolute disappointment with that one, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I bought it. I was so excited to work on a project and fix it up and like open it up. Took out the battery. Oh, right, it's just the battery corroded everywhere. That's why.
Yeah.
I literally just grabbed the battery thing from the other one, popped it in, it works fine. Dang it! I want to fix it. I do have a WonderSwan color that I could probably use for potential parts, but the issue with that one is that I am having no luck turning it off after I turn it back on, so I don't know what happened there. I didn't do anything to it, it just came that way. So, I don't know what happened to it, but maybe if I can figure out a way to fix that, I can just use that one.
I still have the Sheen and Zeppelin here. I forgot about that.
I've definitely heard that soldering is way easier than it seems, especially when you get used to it. My general thing right now is I just sadly don't have a lot of need to do it, and just not a lot of motivation in general to practice, which is really unfortunate. What I should really look at is Digimon Battle Spirit GBA. Because I have the second Battle Spirit game, but I don't have the first. Playing Battle Spirit on GBA is just gonna end up being a lot easier. If
Will
it's
it?
the lesser version.
Will it?
I mean, it is the lesser version. It has less content than the enhanced WonderSwan port. So, I mean, it's unfortunate that that's the case, but at that point, I'd rather just play it on the GBA where I have a console that I can put it in and have a nice backlit display instead of worrying about the WonderSwan.
No, Christian, the trains cannot derail. The only thing that can happen to the trains is, if I really screw up the routes, they can wind up facing each other, and then they'll just stop and be like, we can't move. And you have to fix that. But there's no accident coding in this game at all.
The only thing that can derail in this stream is our conversations.
Yeah, well, with you around, that's usually what happens.
Yes. And what's up, Duck?
I was just laughing that they can end up being face to face, and that was kind of sucked.
Yeah.
It's an achievement for doing it, because it's actually hard to do, because normally the trains are coded not to go on lines where they won't have a path, but it can still happen, so they put in an achievement for doing it, and the achievement's called Now What?
Beautiful. Oh my god, I forgot about those.
I do not have the big boy on this map, because apparently I screwed up something, and it didn't give me any of the default American stuff, but it gave me the modded in American stuff, because the mods don't adhere to that. So I only have the European default stuff, and then a bunch of my modded stuff, which is fine, but as a result, Big Boy is in the game by default, so, not here, but it's okay, because I'm starting to get in the process of to be in a position where I probably wouldn't be using the big book because it's too expensive. Switchers, there's a default switcher in the game that's the only one there is American. Obviously I can't have access to it. I do have some high hoods, as well as some F and E units around. That's just the Scotsman. Where are my high hoods?
Wait, dude. Okay, so as a complete and total train, do the British not have switchers?
They call them shunters. And theirs are they look a lot different from ours. Generally. They don't really have hood units hardly at all, to be fair. In fact, a British person once got on my case. He's like, "It's not a switcher, it's a shunter." And I'm like, "In America, it's a switcher. I'm sorry." The SD40s are a default, which means that they won't appear in this playthrough because of that setting screw-up. Which is going to be kind of annoying. But I might have a mod for one with different library. I'm not sure. We're not at the point where the SD40s would show up anyway. It's only 1954 as far as the game is concerned.
Hey, so you guys have heard of multiverse, yeah?
Multiverse Theory?
No, multiverses. Sorry. So
Uh,
a game, free to play, like Smash Bros. With I think it's Warner Brothers licenses. Yeah. It was like Finn and Jake from Adventure Time, Wonder Woman and Superman and Batman.
Oh, yeah!
Tom and
Yeah,
Jerry.
yeah, okay.
And it has Shaggy.
Yep, it has Shaggy using 5% of his power.
Yeah. It also has Arya Stark.
What?
Arya Stark from what?
From Game of Thrones.
That explains why I don't know the name. That is also a very weird character to put there.
I also didn't
Yeah.
know that they had any rights to... Does Warner Brothers own HBO?
I guess so. Also, the Iron Giant.
I knew they owned that. Also, how does the Iron Giant fit in? Because he's very very large.
He's very large in the game. Like, he's not, the Iron Giant big, but
He's not to
comparatively-
scale, but he's a large.
Yeah, he's like twice as big as any other character.
I mean, nice to see the Iron Giant getting some recognition.
And they're doing a lot of things that are actually really crazy that I'm surprised. Like, these are actually, like, I think they're all, like, hideous looking, but also amazing. So you can get, like, when you get a ring out in Smash Bros?
Right.
How it does, like, the crazy, like, flash effect?
Yeah.
In this, you can get, like, special ones based on your characters. So, like, for Steven Universe, like, it shows, like, Lion going through a portal. Like, it just, like, makes a different effect.
That's
And,
cool.
yeah. For, like, let's see, for another one. Yeah, for, like, Jake from Adventure Time, like, it shows, like, a bunch of Adventure Time characters, and yeah, this is so interesting.
I've been when they first showed it off, I wasn't impressed, but the more they've added, the more I'm like, okay, I appreciate the effort to make this as just ludicrous as possible.
And see, that's kind of one of these weird things where I'm like, yeah, it is as ludicrous as possible, and it looks crazy, but I still think it looks terrible.
Yeah! Yeah, I've heard the Nickelodeon one plays really well, but and they just recently finally added voice acting and sound effects, or they're going to, which
Oh,
was
yeah,
like the
and
big complaint. Because, like, yeah, it looks like the characters, but they don't talk like the characters. It's kind of part of it. But I guess they're doing that, so maybe that game will actually be really good now.
I'm also kind of pissed off at Nickelodeon at the moment.
What did they do to hurt you that you have to swear in my stream again?
Is pissed off swearing?
Yes! Whatever. Why are you mad at Nickelodeon?
So, I don't know if you know this, but Smite.
Oh.
has some Nickelodeon characters.
Yeah. And if there's ever a sign that they were getting desperate, I think it just knocked on the door.
With the Invader Zim thing.
With really all of it. What? Why are you mad though?
So, Nickelodeon said to go ahead and use the character of Invader Zim, but Smite didn't want to go, or Hi-Rez didn't want to go Union. So they got somebody to do the voice of Zim, who was not Richard Steven Horvitz.
Ooh, sacrilege.
Yeah.
And how did that go?
I saw a bunch of people mad about it on Twitter, but that's about as far as I know.
Well, what does it have to do with you being mad at Nickelodeon, though?
Because Nickelodeon allowed it. Also, my dog just grabbed my hair from over my chair, and I'm about to freak out, so I'm gonna mute myself real quick. I have my hair in a ponytail, and it's hanging over the back of my chair, and I feel my dog jump at the back of my chair and just grab onto my hair. She didn't pull, but she grabbed it, and I was like, oh no, this is not gonna happen like this.
Duck's in a hairy situation.
Ah.
At least I didn't get mine stuck in a door. And...
No. Don't.
Yeah, I'm done. Goodbye.
That has no place here.
I know it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
There's no place
You
here.
heard nothing. Goodbye.
Bye.
Baby.
Like 10 more minutes. Maybe 30. Or an hour. 2 hours. Huh? What? Yeah. Careful, he's crabby.
Twitter's really bossy about being logged in.
Who is?
Twitter.
Hmm?
He said no, he's sticking to it. Can I see if Olivia will watch him?
You see Olivia will take you?
No.
Why don't we just go in the morning?
Because you know I'm not gonna get up.
I'm not letting Olivia watch him.
I definitely could not have long hair. It would annoy me too much. You know what I do think are the worst consoles for getting, like, complete copies of games are?
What's that, Kane?
Anything with cardboard!
That's fair.
There's a reason I don't collect complete GBA games, or NES games, or any of that. Because it is just awful.
Nintendo Labo.
Yeah, don't even get me started on Labo.
What's Labo?
Cardboard, it's like you buy kits that are cardboard cutouts, and you pop it all out and put it together into like a robot
Oh yeah,
kit.
I remember that. That looked really cool. What do you
Yeah,
think?
it's really neat.
So what's the problem
It's-
with it?
It's all cardboard.
Oh, right.
Which, like, okay, as a toy, I kind of get, but those Labo sets are really expensive. One false move, and it's gone. You have to buy another one.
That's right. Then you have to buy another one.
Yeah, that'd be a great marketing strategy if they still made them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the thing that failed for Nintendo. The amiibos are still going okay.
The thing is, they didn't even fail. I just think they didn't want to make them. Like the Ring Fits, dude.
The Ring Fit is a lot more. Well, first off, the Ring Fit is a lot more sturdy.
Oh yeah, I know, but it was a pain in the butt to get a hold of.
For a while, yeah, it's a lot easier now.
Oh,
Like
really?
I constantly run by copies.
With the ring?
Yeah.
Oh.
it probably differs, like, you know, store to store and stuff, but like when I go into Walmart or Target, I do tend to see a decent amount of Ring Fit.
Oh god, it fixed itself. For those wondering, I was paused because my game locked up. It really hated loading in this particular mod for whatever reason, even though that looks so good. Ah,
That's probably why it took so long to load.
probably.
Oh man, why is this hyper-realistic 3D model taking so long to load in?
Shut up, Kane.
I'm trying to imagine of what that would be the funniest in, and I think I've got it. Someone loading up a bunch of mods into Minecraft, and then that happens. And it's like, wait, did you just load Master Chief from Halo Infinite into Minecraft? Yeah. Why? It's Minecraft.
Yeah, and the world is whatever I want it to be.
Yeah.
Now watch me load in the flood. No!
But yeah, like anything with cardboard is always the biggest pain in the butt for collecting. Because no one kept the cardboard boxes. I think I've got 2, maybe 4 GBA boxes at most that I didn't buy recently. I've got the complete Metroid Fusion. I've got Legend of Zelda Minish Cap. I've got Prince of Persia Sands of Time. That's it. I think I somewhere have Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team. But that's it. The only other GBA box that I own is that I did buy a complete copy of Rockman.exe 4.5 Real Operation. Speaking of, by the way, can I just say that Japanese GBA boxes are infinitely better than North America's?
Are they solid plastic?
They're not solid plastic, sadly, but I do think that they are nicer cardboard, and they're slimmer. Because they literally just have the game, the smaller manual, and that's it. Like, I don't know why we chose to do the way that we did, but our boxes are a little bit thicker and twice as tall. Okay, Josh, I need you to understand what I'm about to say. Just look at the chat.
I know, I saw him say that, and I'm like, well, here he goes.
I also really want to play that because I very much want to play Prince of Persia Sands of Time again, even more so than just me playing the original version. I love that game. One of my all-time favorite games, period. Cannot wait. I do think it was ultimately a good decision for them to scrap it and start over, I think is what they ended up doing. Which is probably a good idea considering most fan reception, even if I didn't really agree, but considering what that dagger looked like in the trailers. Go back to the drawing board. Don't touch the dagger.
Was it that bad?
Stop touching the dagger. Stop touching the dagger.
That bad?
Yes.
What's wrong with it? Like, I don't understand.
It looks like a dagger.
So?
The original dagger looked like a mystical, ancient artifact forged in times of alien architecture. It's gorgeous. It's just a metal dagger in a remake.
So, boring.
Yeah, very boring. It was like, I don't know how they did it, but they made a worse dagger than the one in the movie. And that one was already pretty bad. But at least the one in the movie had like a really decorative hilt where all the sand was. It like reminded me of Sands of Time. The blade was still a standard blade, but like that dagger was never a standard blade. Why are you doing this? Stop it. I mean, if handled improperly, yes, you would. But the thing about the Dagger of Time is that it's not really meant to be a weapon, per se. It is a weapon used against a specific thing, but it's not really like, it's not a weapon you use against people.
Maybe
It's
with
a
that
weapon.
attitude.
It's a weapon you use against sand creatures. Hey, Prince of Persia movie, do you remember sand creatures? The thing that was in the Sands of Time that you didn't have? You make me sad.
You really didn't like that movie, did you?
I liked it for its humor. Honestly, in terms of the movie experience, it had that kind of fun adventure that the original games had, but my issue with it is that it felt way more like Two Thrones, but it was trying to be Sands of Time, and I'm like, did you guys play Sands of Time? I don't feel like you did. I feel like you people looked at frickin' Forgotten Sands and rolled with it, which, great game. Not Sands of Time.
But it's
I can-
But they both have sand in the name,
Indeed, they do.
so it's the same.
Oh, the exact same. I mean, it was samey enough. It was samey enough. I'm sorry, Duck, but I just gotta say this because it's really stupid. Samey enough that they re-released Sands of Time on the PS2 with the Forgotten Sands cover art, unironically. Weird how that works, right? But yeah, go on, Duck.
The Matrix described 1999 as the peak of human civilization. We laughed, thinking that would obviously not age well. 23 years later. Huh.
99 was a pretty good year, all things considered. I mean, not for me personally, but all things considered, I mean, wasn't this?
But yeah, sorry for the confusion stream. I love Prince of Persia. Or at least 3 of them.
I don't think you're sorry at all.
Sands of Time, the reboot, and Forgotten Sands. Those 3. I do have a soft spot for 3D. I do think 3D is fun. But do yourselves a favor. It's a weird recommendation. Play Prince of Persia Arabian Nights on Dreamcast if you play Prince of Persia 3D, because trying to set up old Windows 95 games is not fun. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm pretty sure a lot of people who aren't into Prince of Persia are pretty lost.
It's okay, every time you talk about this, I get lost, and I talk to you all the time.
Indeed. I do wish we'd get some kind of sequel to Forgotten Sands.
Never.
Because that game was really good. I'm kind of in the mood to play 08. I mean, if it helps, Cole, Sands of Time is a pretty straightforward story. The only games where start getting complicated and bad are the sequel games in the Sands of Time trilogy. That's when things start really going off the deep end. If anything, I really feel like that the development team for Forgotten Sands understood how off the deep end Warrior Within and Two Thrones really were, because it feels like that Forgotten Sands kind of retconned those games from ever happening. Which, understandable for both of those. They were really, really, really just nowhere near the pulse of what made the first one special for everyone who played it.
Still miss that reboot.
I wish we got something else with the reboot. I feel like that game needed one more game to really solidify itself as a classic. As the one thing about the reboot that was really, really bad was, I think, the combat. I just don't think QuickTime events are fun. That was the issue with that. Like, I think that the actual combat system that they tried to do with, like, a more slower paced, really try and analyze your opponent's moves and you know, attack when you can. But like, they added QuickTime events, and I don't know why. Oh my god! Oh no!
I don't get the joke.
I sent it to him. It was a TikTok of somebody who bought Anthem for a penny from GameStop.
Oh. Did they like it?
I mean, it wasn't about liking it, it was the fact that they could buy it for a penny.
I should go check my GameStop and see if I can get it for a penny.
And that would be awesome if you guys could buy Anthem for a penny. That'd be great. I would love to play that with you guys. Oh, that's so funny. Prince of Persia is not really a stealth game. It is a platformer, though. Like, its primary thing is platforming, so if you're not into platformers, you won't like Prince of Persia. Like, that's just the game's bread and butter. I don't know who that is. Oh god, her. Yeah. Not gonna agree on that one at all.
What?
So, I'm not gonna throw shade, but,
Yes, you are.
Christian says Shadi is the best Prince of Persia character. So I'm like, I don't even know who that is. Looked up the character. Oh, right, the girl wearing straps in Warrior Within that completely ruined all sense of dignity. Yeah, what a great character. Awesome.
She really knows how to shake it.
Video game franchises don't need dignity. Farrah's way better. Heck, I'd say Tamina is better. Tamina was Farrah, but from the movie. Don't know why they changed her character either. That was weird to me. Just so many strange changes in Sands of Time, the movie. My brother literally sent this to me like an hour ago. It's so good. Just gonna do one of these. Bam. And now I sent it to you, Josh, so you can watch the funniness.
I'm streaming.
Oh yeah, later of course, when you're not streaming. Oh, trust me, I'm aware that she does that sometimes. I wish I had this on camera. My god, do I wish I had this on camera, because it was the funniest thing that had ever happened to me in Prince of Persia ever. I was replaying Sands of Time a few years ago on my GameCube, and which is why I couldn't record it, as a side note. So I was playing it on my Wii, and I couldn't record that, and I was on the bridge, like the big tall bridge section, and I was running low on health, so I had to run away, but I was surrounded by enemies. And what had happened is Farrah had tried to shoot an arrow at one of the enemies, but it went past the arrow and shot me, and she took out almost all of my health. Actually, I think she probably did kill me, because what happened is I fell backwards and fell off of the bridge. So I rewound time, but I didn't have enough sand to go past that point. So I rewound her right before she shot the arrow, and she shot me again, and I fell off the bridge again. And I just rewound, and she shot me to death about like 5 or 6 times in a row, and I could not stop laughing. It was really unfortunate aim. But yeah, Farrah shooting you was really not much of a problem in that game. And if I'm saying it's not much of a problem, it's not much of a problem. Ask both the people here. They know how much I complain about stuff.
Literally all the time.
You want me to complain about some more tiny UIs?
No, I don't. Would really rather you not.
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Hey, did you guys hear about Soulframe?
What's that?
It's like Warframe for souls! I don't know.
Yeah, it's the people who made Warframe, it's their next project.
Ooh.
It's an action MMO.
I am liking this. Do we have a trailer?
Yes, we do.
Heck,
No actual gameplay.
Oh, so it's one of those.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we've got here.
I mean, it looks pretty cool. You know, we'll see when gameplay actually shows up.
Oh, visually. Oh no. I have a comparison and no one is gonna like me for it, but I'm gonna continue watching this trailer.
What is your comparison?
It kinda looks like Godfall.
Huh. Eh,
Not 100%, but like,
no.
Now that he says it,
Yeah, not inaccurate, no.
oh hey, it's Titus. Is that Moose dragging him out of the water by his arm? Yes. That happened. It'll be interesting to see what direction this goes.
Oh man, Apex Legends came out with a bunch of like anime themed skins.
Nice.
And they're really cool. The Revenant one is an Evangelion themed one.
Oh, nice.
the region I'm meant to be, I mean, I generally favor American locomotives, but I haven't really been focusing on a region. I've just been focusing on whatever. We have an E33 here. That's cool. I like the E33. Zoom. Zoom.
This is probably going to be the same kind of gameplay as Warframe. I feel like the same kind of action over the shoulder would be my guess. Like, I feel like this trailer is giving hints as to how it's going to be played, or at the very least a reference to Warframe and how it plays. I don't know. We'll see. But that's my guess. Because some of that footage looked like it was trying to be gameplay, like, you know what I mean? I'm almost scared to say it looks kind of, I don't know, Souls-esque as well. Just gives me that kind of atmosphere. It'll be interesting to see where that goes. Be back in a sec. Oh. Was that duck leaving?
I guess so, because it wasn't me.
Yup, wasn't me either. Alright, be back in a sec.
You know 10 minutes is up, right? It's been like a half an hour. Almost an hour. Fudging with you, goodness gracious.